Chapter 868 Mystic Moon Ancient City Romance Workshop. Chu Kuangren returned to the workshop. Workshop owner, please refill my wine. Yes, master. At this time, the ladies in Romance Workshop looked at Chu Kuangren with excitement in their eyes. The strong cultivators outside the workshop, on the other hand, were secretly shocked. After that sword, Chu Kuangren's name was known throughout the Purple Gold Galaxy. The major forces could not sit still anymore. Such a top-notch fairy seed was too amazing. After Chu Kuangren returned to the city hall, several forces came to him within a few days, offering him an olive branch. However, he declined all of them. This strand of moon origin energy is indeed extraordinary. Inside the city hall, a white light floated in Chu Kuangren's palm. That was the moon origin energy. When he had killed Zitian, he had used this source energy. That was why he had been able to kill Zitian so easily with a single strike. He was very satisfied with the power of this origin energy. This is just a wisp of origin energy. It's hard to imagine how powerful an immortal who has mastered a complete origin energy would be. A complete origin energy was also known as immortal base. It was a power that only immortals could use. I will master that power sooner or later. Chu Kuangren murmured. He retracted the origin energy back into his body. Then, as usual, he started the lottery. In the past few months, he had won many prizes, but most of them were gold and starlight grade items, which were not very useful to him. He had won a few legendary Dao weapons, but now that he had the Descendant Self-Sect and the Heavenly Dao weapon for defense, he did not need other Dao weapons at all. Hence, he exchanged these Dao weapons for spiritual marrows at the 3,000 firm. Spiritual marrows were considered a hard currency that could be used everywhere. They could also be used during daily cultivation. Now, Elderly of the 3,000 firm treated him like he was the god of fortune. He was very enthusiastic and even gave him a 3,000 firm VIP card. It was said that only a few customers had such treatment. Congratulations, host. You have won the God tier prize, Divine Wine of Enlightenment. Divine Wine of Enlightenment. Wine? Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. He had won so many prizes, but this was the first time he had won a wine. And it was a God tier prize. Chu Kuangren took out the prize, and a black wine jar appeared in front of him. It was covered with a red cloth. Just one jar. Chu Kuangren removed the seal on the wine. Suddenly, a dusty aroma of wine burst out. The fragrance of wine permeated the air, enveloping a radius of several hundred miles. Any cultivator who smelled it, even a monarch, would feel dizzy and drunk. Damn, where's this wine aroma coming from? This is too terrifying. What kind of wine is this? Just the fragrance alone is enough to make people so drunk. Even the strongest drunken dragon roar in the Purple Gold Galaxy can't reach this level. This is too exaggerated. With the City Lord's mansion as the center, the aroma of wine spread for hundreds of miles. Countless cultivators and commoners were drunk and collapsed on the ground. Emperors with stronger cultivations were already wobbling as they walked. In the city hall's manor, some of the maids and servants were so drunk that their faces were flushed red. They were snoring loudly on the ground. In the courtyard, Chu Kuangren was the one who unsealed the wine. The aroma was the most intense, and he felt dizzy. Only after circulating his emperor's qi did he return to normal. TSK, a god-tier wine is indeed extraordinary. Chu Kuangren was amazed. When the aroma of wine had almost dissipated, he then carefully observed the spirit of enlightenment. The wine was as clear as spring water. After the initial aroma of wine had dissipated, only a faint aroma was left. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A mouthful of wine went down his throat and into his stomach. Then, a strong alcohol aroma erupted and rushed to his head. Amidst the explosion, Chu Kuangren's senses seemed to be magnified to the extreme. Everything in the world looked different in his eyes. The spirit of enlightenment. One drop could make one enlightened, and one cup could help one attain Tao. It was an extremely rare wine that could help one achieve enlightenment. This is a great wine. Chu Kuangren looked at the spirit of enlightenment as if he had found a treasure. If I am able to finish this entire jar, I might be able to take a huge step forward in my progress in deducing the two great mysteries. Unfortunately, there's only one jar. Chu Kuangren suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Shao AI, analyze the ingredients of this spirit of enlightenment for me. Yes, just as Shao AI was analyzing, the Divine Moon Taoist master walked in. He looked at the spirit of enlightenment in Chu Kuangren's hand and could not help but gulp. Brother Chu, what kind of wine is this? Chu Kuangren smiled. The spirit of enlightenment. Brother, would you like a cup? Ha! Then it would be impolite of me to decline. The Divine Moon Taoist master laughed. Chu Kuangren took out 2 cups and drank with the Divine Moon Taoist master. There were only a few cups. The Divine Moon Taoist master lay on the table with his face flushed red. The Sky Taoist master was drunk after drinking a few cups of spirit of enlightenment. Chu Kuangren, who was beside him, was also flushed and his eyes were blurred. This wine is King strong, Chu Kuangren muttered. If not for his strong physical body, he would not be in a better state than the Divine Moon Taoist master. He sealed the spirit of enlightenment and threw it into his yin and yang ring. A thud was heard. Chu Kuangren also collapsed on the table. About an hour later, Chu Kuangren slowly woke up. He stretched and felt that his understanding of the Tao had improved. Shao AI, how's the analysis? Analysis complete. That's great. Doesn't that mean I can mass-produce this spirit of enlightenment in the future? Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up, and he said happily, among the ingredients for the spirit of enlightenment, there are a few rare spirit fruits. It's not very practical to mass-produce them with the purple gold galaxy's current resources, Shao AI said. It's fine. It's enough for me to drink for now. Chu Kuangren laughed. Not long after, the Divine Moon Taoist master woke up. This wine is really strong. The Divine Moon Taoist master shook his head. Then, as if he sensed something, his eyes narrowed. My understanding of the Tao has improved, although it was not much. Still, it was shocking enough. After all, he was the Sky Taoist master. His understanding of the Tao had long stood at the peak of this galaxy. It was very difficult for him to improve. Sometimes he would only improve a little after tens of thousands of years. But now, a few cups of wine was equivalent to tens of thousands of years of cultivation. F***CK. What kind of wine was this? Was it brewed by the liquor immortal? Brother Chu, what's going on with this wine? The Divine Moon Taoist master was puzzled. It's a pot of wine that I obtained by chance. Chu Kuangren laughed. The next day, Chu Kuangren arrived at the 3000 firm with the deciphered recipe of the spirit of enlightenment in hand. Along the way, many people were talking about the wine fragrance that came out of nowhere yesterday, and their faces were filled with nostalgia. That wine must have been brewed by an immortal. I was drunk the moment I smelled it. When I woke up, all the questions I couldn't figure out before were solved. Besides the liquor immortal, who else could do this? A cultivator said, with a beaming expression. Many people beside him also had a look of yearning. Chu Kuangren smiled and did not explain. When he arrived at the 3000 firm, he found Elder Li and asked him to help him find the ingredients to brew the spirit of enlightenment. However, these ingredients were extremely rare. Even the 3000 firm was not confident that they could get a lot of them. Chu Kuangren said that he would get as many as he could. He did not lack the spiritual marrow. Chapter 869. Purple Gold Galaxy. Inside a gigantic purple star. Inside a palace. A terrifying aura erupted with anger. The cultivators of Purple Star could not help but shiver as they looked in the direction of the palace. It's been a long time since the Hall Master was this angry. Yeah, it must be because of that matter. Yes, it must be. The sequence has been killed one after another. It would be strange if the Hall Master was not angry. It looks like the Hall Master can't sit still anymore. Ziwei Temple, the strongest orthodoxy of Purple Star. It was also the ruler of Purple Star, the core of the entire civilization. At that moment, a ray of purple light flew out of the palace and exploded in the air. Everyone could not help but be amazed at the sight. The Hall Master has summoned the 4 great protectors. Whoosh, whoosh, several rays of light flew towards the palace. Inside the palace, a golden-robed, middle-aged man sat at the top. His purple eyes were filled with anger. This person was the Ziwei Temple Master. At the same time, he was also the Purple Star Lord. Sequence has been killed one after another. What do you guys think? The Ziwei Temple Master said coldly. Below him, the 4 great protectors of Purple Star looked at each other. Poetic Sword Fairy Chu Kuangren must not be allowed to live. If he's allowed to live, the world will forever remember that the Purple Star Celestial Seed was killed by this person. Besides, this person has already formed a feud with the Purple Star Celestial Seed. Before he fully matures, I suggest that we kill him. A white-robed, middle-aged man said. There were 4 protectors in Purple Star, namely Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. This white-robed, middle-aged man was the strongest Heaven Protector with a cultivation level of a Sky Lord. I concur, a black-robed elder said. He was the 2nd-ranked Earth Protector. I don't care. If you want to kill me, then kill me. The youthful, mysterious protector spoke in a carefree manner. Chu Kuangren must not be allowed to live. The last yellow protector also agreed with the suggestion to kill Chu Kuangren. In fact, the fact that the Ziwei Temple Master had summoned the 4 of them meant that his patience with Chu Kuangren had reached its limit. Not only must we kill Chu Kuangren, we must kill him as a warning. The Firmament Star civilization behind him must be destroyed as well. Let the world understand that those who offend the Purple Star will not have a good ending. Palace Master Ziwei said coldly. The Firmament Star is just an ordinary high-level cultivation civilization. They don't even have many Dao Lords, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Leave the destruction of such a civilization to me. The Yellow Guardian sneered. There was a hint of violence in his eyes. 2 sharp canine teeth protruded from the corner of his mouth, and a faint demonic aura emanated from his body. He was a fierce beast of Purple Star and possessed a cruel nature. When Purple Star expanded outwards, it had destroyed many civilizations, most of which were his doing. I'll leave the task of destroying Firmament Star to you, Enforcer Huang. However, Chu Kuangren must not be left alive after we destroy Firmament Star. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hence, this operation to kill Chu Kuangren must be foolproof. Chu Kuangren's biggest backer is the Heavenly Dust Immortal. There's no guarantee that he won't participate in this operation to kill Chu Kuangren. I'll ask the Forefather to hold him back. As for the Mystic Moon Dao Lord and the others who are on good terms with the Heavenly Dust Immortal, I'll leave them to you, Palace Master Ziwei said. Even the Purple Star Forefather, a Heavenly Dust Immortal, was going to be involved. This showed how determined Palace Master Ziwei was to kill Chu Kuangren. All right, a few of them nodded. Then I'll head to the Firmament Star first. Protector Huang said impatiently. Wait, Palace Master Ziwei stopped him. Go to the Firmament Star and investigate Zi Wuheng. Previously, the Blood Origin planet cooperated with us and asked us to help them occupy the Firmament Star. Zi Wuheng was in charge of this, but we lost contact with him some time ago. I suspect that something bad has happened to him. There's something in that place that could threaten the immortal seed? Enforcer Huang was a little surprised. Didn't Chu Kuangren come from the Firmament Star? I think he must have something to do with what happened to Zi Wuheng. Enforcer Xian smirked. That's possible. If that's the case, 3 of our Purple Star Sequence cultivators have died in the hands of this person. Enforcer Tian said with a grim expression. Every immortal seed was extremely precious. However, the death of even one of them would normally make their hearts ache. Yet now, 3 of them had died, and it was all done by the same person. This made their killing intent toward Chu Kuangren even more intense. Even with the Heavenly Dust Immortal as a deterrent, they could not hold it in anymore. Count me in for the expedition against Chu Kuangren. At that moment, an indifferent voice rang out. A young man slowly walked into the hall. He was dressed in a luxurious purple robe and had waist-length black hair. Just like Palace Master Ziwei, He had a pair of purple eyes. However, his purple was a little lighter. "Your First Highness. Your Highness, are you coming with us?" The young man was the first sequence cultivator of Palace Master Ziwei, Zishao. He was also the second most powerful immortal seed in the Purple Gold Galaxy. It was said that his cultivation level had reached the Taoist Lord realm a few hundred years ago. His current cultivation level was even more unfathomable. "Let's go together. I want to meet this poetic sword sage." Zishao nodded slightly. Palace Master Ziwei pondered for a while before she said, "All right, but Chu Kuangren's strength is extraordinary. Be careful. In the entire Purple Gold Galaxy, no one below the Heavenly Tao Master can hurt me." Zishao stood with his hand behind his back and said proudly, "Ancient Mystic Moon City." After Chu Kuangren had asked the 3,000 firm to help him gather the ingredients to brew the God of Enlightenment wine, he returned to the city hall. He then hugged the God of Enlightenment wine that he had won from the gacha roulette and stayed in his room all day long. When the servants of the city hall passed by that room, they said that they smelled the intoxicating scent of wine. Once they got close to it, they immediately passed out. When he woke up, his cultivation level had greatly increased. This made many people want to give it a try. Later, under the strict orders of the Mystic Moon Taoist Lord, everyone avoided Chu Kuangren's room and did not disturb him. Meanwhile, after Chu Kuangren had set up countless restrictions around his room, he drank half of the God of Enlightenment wine in one go. The strong smell of wine made him lie on the bed as if he was drunk and unconscious. A few cups of this God of Enlightenment wine was enough to make a heavenly Tao master drunk, not to mention that he had drunk half of it. Chu Kuangren felt that his soul was so drunk that it felt like it would leave his physical body and travel the universe in the next moment. He barely managed to keep his consciousness and activated the universal cauldron physique to refine the wine qi in the God of Enlightenment wine, entering an unprecedented state of enlightenment. This time, I must arrive a higher level of the technique of invincibility, Chu Kuangren thought to himself. With the help of the three souls and the God of Enlightenment wine, Chu Kuangren's confidence was at an all-time high. Just when he was drunk and unconscious, a crisis was approaching the mystic moon ancient city and Firmament Star. Firmament Star, a ray of light, suddenly arrived. Seeing the blue and white star in front of him, Guardian Huang had a cruel look in his eyes. What a beautiful star! If it were to explode in the universe, it would be a beautiful sight. But there's no hurry. Wait for me to go down and have a good time. Then, I'll blow you up and turn you into a firework in the universe. Guardian Huang laughed out loud and then turned into a ray of light. He quickly flew towards Firmament Star, and a violent surge of demonic qi erupted from his body. Firmament Star, your doomsday is here. Chapter 870. Inside Firmament Star. Firmament Kingdom, Black Heaven City, Imperial Palace. Lan Yu, Guling Long, the Dharma Taoist Master, and the others seemed to have sensed something as they looked towards the outer realm with shock in their eyes. This aura is a demonic qi. It's a demonic qi that has never been seen before. And this demonic qi doesn't seem to be friendly. The Dharma Taoist Master and the others gulped. They felt that the demonic qi was so strong that they had never seen it before. Even the Bright Moon Taoist Master's demonic qi, the strongest Taoist Master in Firmament Star, was nothing in front of this demonic qi. It's an enemy, the Sword Tao Lord said with a solemn expression. They could sense that the demonic aura was surging with a violent intent. Since when did Firmament Star offend such a being? D*M*, we've just dealt with the Blood Tribe, and now another terrifying being has appeared. The Dharma Taoist Master gritted his teeth. Don't worry, leave it to me. A calm voice came from the depths of the Imperial Palace. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. A wooden puppet slowly walked out from the Imperial Palace. That was left behind by the king before he left. Is that a battle puppet? Everyone was stunned as they saw countless Taoist patterns on the battle puppet's body before it transformed into Chu Kuangren's appearance. King, it's the king. Chu Kuangren looked towards the outer realm with a cold look in his eyes. He then said, "You guys stay here, I'll be back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew into the sky. Meanwhile, a golden ray of light shot out from the imperial palace. Amidst the flowing light was a large golden seal. It was the human ruler's seal. Aside from leaving the heavenly Dao battle puppet on Firmament Star, Chu Kuangren had also left the human ruler seal behind to increase the battle puppet's offensive capabilities. In the outer realm, majestic demonic chi surged towards Firmament Star. Suddenly, Guardian Huang let out a soft gasp of surprise. He saw a faint golden Taoist pattern circulating outside the atmosphere of Firmament Star. Is this a formation? A formation that covers the entire star. I can't believe a tiny firmament star could come up with such a formation. Do you think this formation can stop me? Dream on. Guardian Huang sneered. Demonic chi erupted as he punched out with his palm. The dark red, demonic chi transformed into the image of a gigantic blood-red wolf that tore through the air. The power of this strike was extremely terrifying, enough to shatter stars. Protector Huang believed that the great formation of morning parting heaven would not be able to withstand the attack. As expected, the entire formation trembled under the pressure of the blood wolf. Prepare to be crushed, Guardian Huang sneered. However, at that moment, within the heavenly formation of parting hatred, a golden flowing light suddenly flew out and turned into a large seal that was comparable to a star. With a loud bang, the blood wolf smashed into the seal. The great seal trembled, and the blood wolf directly dispersed. That's a fortune treasure. Guardian Huang was slightly shocked. The treasure of providence was a treasure condensed from the providence of a civilization or race. The stronger the civilization or race, the more powerful the treasure. In the universe, it was an extremely rare treasure. There's a formation that covers the entire planet, and now there's a treasure of fortune. This firmament star really surprises me. Guardian Huang grinned. He stared at the golden seal that kept shrinking until it was the size of a palm. It then floated above the head of a white-robed young man. "You're Chu Kuangren." Guardian Huang's pupil shrunk. He had seen Chu Kuangren's image before, and he looked exactly like this white-robed young man. No, Chu Kuangren should still be in the mystic moon ancient city. Why would he appear here? In your aura, there's no sign of life. This strange aura is a battle puppet. Your consciousness is attached to this battle puppet. As the heavenly lord of the Purple Star sect, Guardian Huang was knowledgeable enough to quickly determine that Chu Kuangren was only a battle puppet. But this powerful aura belongs to the heavenly lord. How can there be such a powerful battle puppet in the firmament star? Guardian Huang was a little shocked. There were only a few heavenly lord-level battle puppets in the entire Purple Star sect. How could the firmament star have such technology? You've been talking to yourself since just now. Are you an idiot? Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Guardian Huang's face darkened. How dare a mere battle puppet be so arrogant? Today I'll destroy you and the entire firmament star. A majestic demonic chi erupted from his body, and the surrounding starlight gathered around him. Then a gigantic blood-colored wolf lunged at him. However, this time, with the help of the starlight, its power was even stronger. Oh, this cultivation technique. You're from the Purple Star sect. Chu Kuangren lifted his arm, and the battle puppet's energy erupted into the human ruler's seal, shattering the blood-colored wolf. Then he clenched his fist and unleashed a punch. The profound art of invincibility was unleashed. Heaven and earth reversal. The fist energy swept across the sky and blasted towards Guardian Huang. Break it! Guardian Huang unleashed a claw attack. When the two energies collided, the void exploded. Guardian Huang's clothes were torn apart by that attack, and he was forced to retreat. His eyes narrowed. This battle puppet is so strong. He let out a long roar, bent his body, and began to expand. Finally, he turned into a giant blood-colored wolf that was hundreds of meters tall. His majestic, demonic chi wreaked havoc in the starry sky. Oh, you've transformed into your true form, Chu Kuangren said. Roar! With a long roar, the blood-colored wolf opened its mouth, and the surrounding starlight surged towards it. A large amount of starlight energy was compressed and condensed into a gigantic ball of light. The ball of light shot out, leaving a trail of light in the starry sky. Like a meteor, it headed straight for Chu Kuangren. Invincible technique, Heaven's Vortex. Chu Kuangren raised his hand and activated the battle puppet's energy. Taoist patterns intertwined in his palm, forming a vortex that blocked the ball of light. The energy within the ball of light was continuously disintegrated and dissipated. Then, from the vortex, a ray of starlight shot out and smashed towards the blood-colored wolf. He reflected my energy back at me. The blood-colored wolf's expression changed slightly. He smashed the blood-colored ball of light with his claw. Your battle puppet strength is at most on par with mine. If I destroy it with all my might, do you think you can protect Firmament Star? The blood-colored wolf sneered. He pushed his demonic chi to its limit, and a large amount of starlight gathered around him, forming balls of light. Although it was not as powerful as the previous attack, there were more of them. More importantly, the blood-colored wolf's target was not Chu Kuangren. It was the Firmament Star that was behind him. No matter how strong Chu Kuangren was, it was impossible for him to block that many attacks. However, he did not panic. I might not be able to do it alone, but who said I don't have help? Chu Kuangren said calmly. Then, a large amount of golden light gathered around him, forming a small golden man that was half the height of a human. The blood-colored wolf's eyes narrowed when he saw that small golden man. This is the Heavenly Tao, the Firmament Star's Heavenly Tao. You can activate the Heavenly Tao. You're the Firmament Star Lord. A Star Lord was a cultivator who was recognized by the Heavenly Tao of a star and could use the Heavenly Tao's energy. Not every living star could give birth to a Star Lord. Only a few lucky ones could be recognized by the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 871. In the outer space of Firmament Star, the battle puppet Chu Kuangren was battling against the Purple Star Protector. The powerful shock waves from their battle shook half the sky. Just as Enforcer Huang was about to charge past Chu Kuangren and attack Firmament Star, the Firmament Star's Heavenly Tao suddenly appeared. Fuse, Chu Kuangren said indifferently. The Heavenly Tao's little golden man then merged into Chu Kuangren's body, causing the battle puppet's strength to skyrocket once again. A terrifying aura shook the starry sky, causing the blood-red wolf's pupils to shrink. Heavenly Tao blessing, the Crimson Giant Wolf said solemnly. Then it roared and shot out the countless light balls behind it. Countless light orbs rained down on Firmament Star like a meteor shower. Even if the Firmament Star was protected by the hateful parting formation, it would not be able to withstand all the attacks. At the very least, a few states would be destroyed. However, Chu Kuangren would never let that happen. Human Ruler Seal. With a soft grunt, Chu Kuangren pushed the battle puppet's power to its limit and continuously channeled it into the Human Ruler Seal. The Man Ruler Seal blossomed with a resplendent brilliance. Millions of rays of golden light surged out, covering the sky and covering the earth, forming a huge light screen in front of him. Countless meteors were blocked by the light barrier. How could this be? The Crimson Wolf cried out in alarm. The power unleashed by Chu Kuangren's fusion with the Heavenly Tao had far surpassed him. And it was not just by a little bit. No, I can't stay here anymore. Although the Crimson Wolf was violent, it did not want to seek its own death. Its bestial instincts told it that if it continued to stay here, it would die. Do you really think that you can come and go as you please in Firmament Star? Chu Kuangren could tell what the Crimson Giant Wolf was thinking and sneered. The Man Ruler Seal flew out and grew with the wind. Very quickly, it expanded to the size of a small planet, emitting a monstrous pressure. A powerful sealing force erupted, sealing off the surrounding starry sky, leaving the Crimson Wolf with nowhere to run. No, I can't die here. The blood-red wolf howled crazily. The demonic aura attacked the sealing power of the seal of the human ruler. However, it was useless. His gigantic body seemed extremely tiny in front of the human ruler's seal. There was a loud bang. The man ruler's seal smashed onto the giant blood-colored wolf. The giant wolf's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. A lord of the Tao of Heaven had fallen. The man ruler's seal quickly shrunk to the size of a palm. Chu Kuangren held the human ruler's seal in his hand and looked into the distance. The Purple Star Tribe has begun their operation. My real body, you must be careful. What he had left on the puppet of the heavenly law was only a wisp of his will. However, not too long ago, he lost contact with Chu Kuangren's consciousness when he went into closed-door meditation after drinking the divine enlightenment wine. Let's go back first. Chu Kuangren turned around and returned to Firmament Star, ancient mystic moon city. In the city lord's mansion, the divine moon Tao Lord suddenly opened his eyes. He looked towards the outer realm with a solemn expression. What a powerful aura. There are so many people approaching Shenyue ancient city. His monarch will surged as he extended his perception toward the starry sky. In the starry sky, tens of thousands of warships were heading towards mystic moon ancient city. Through the symbols on these warships, the divine moon sect master recognized that these warships were all from Purple Star. Purple Star suddenly launched a large-scale attack. Are they targeting fellow Taoist Chu? No, I must inform the void, immortal mortal heaven. He alone could not stop the Purple Star army. Not only the divine moon Tao Lord, but most of the strong cultivators in the mystic moon ancient city had also sensed the powerful aura of the incoming cultivators. Purple Star's sudden invasion must be because of poetic sword sage Chu Kuangren. Mystic moon ancient city is in danger. Sigh, the mystic moon ancient city has a jinx. How is the divine moon Tao Lord going to deal with this? Everyone in the mystic moon ancient city was panicking. At that moment, outside the ancient city, an indifferent voice came from afar. Those who have nothing to do with Chu Kuangren leave the mystic moon ancient city immediately. That was the voice of the Purple Star Protector. Everyone was stunned when they heard that voice. Then, the crowd burst into an uproar. They quickly packed their belongings and left the mystic moon ancient city in streams of light. In less than half a day, the once bustling ancient city became deserted. The streets were empty, and not a single person could be seen. In the city lord's mansion, the divine moon Tao Lord snorted. Then, with a flick of his sleeves, a powerful surge of energy emerged and spread in all directions. Suddenly, Taoist patterns intertwined around the ancient city, and 4 light pillars rose into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they formed a giant light barrier that covered the entire city. That was the ancient city's defensive formation. Purple Star, if you want to play, then I'll play with you till the end. The divine moon Tao Lord's eyes were cold. In the starry sky, tens of thousands of battleships. On one of the giant battleships, a purple-robed young man looked at the golden light barrier in front of him with a playful look in his eyes. Oh, a defensive formation? But how long can it hold off my Purple Star army? Beside him, the white-robed, middle-aged sky protector walked up. Your Highness, it's ready. Shall we attack? There's no rush, the purple firmament said calmly. He flew to the sky above the mystic moon ancient city and looked down at the glorious city below. He channeled his emperor's chi, and his voice spread throughout the entire ancient city. The Purple Star Army is here to kill Chu Kuangren. If the divine moon Tao Lord hands this person over, the Purple Star Army will let you go. In the mystic moon ancient city, there were still some aristocratic families and orthodoxies that had not left. Their base was here, so it was not easy for them to leave. When they heard the purple firmament's words, they were tempted. It's not worth it to sacrifice the entire ancient city just for Chu Kuangren. Ask the city lord to hand him over. A white-haired old man said coldly. He was the Wang family's forefather, one of the few sky lords in the mystic moon ancient city. Upon hearing his words, the strong cultivators in the mystic moon ancient city agreed and rushed to the city lord's residence. City lord, please hand Chu Kuangren over. That's right. The Purple Star Army is coming at us fiercely. It's not something we can fight against. Only by handing Chu Kuangren over can we protect the mystic moon ancient city. That's right. City Lord, please look at the bigger picture. The divine moon Daylord's expression did not change in the face of the crowd's persuasion. If it were a few months ago, he might have been persuaded to give up Chu Kuangren just because of the heavenly dust immortal's favor. However, things were different now. Aside from the heavenly dust immortal's relationship, Chu Kuangren had also helped his daughter awaken her immortal physique. He had yet to repay that great favor. There's no need to say anything more. Brother Chu is under my protection. If any of you wish to leave, please do so. The divine moon Daylord said. The Wang family's forefathers snorted coldly. You're the city lord of a city, yet you don't know how to appreciate the bigger picture. The Wang family will not accompany you to your death. Farewell. Because of Chu Kuangren, the Wang family and the divine moon Daylord had a grudge against each other. Now that the Purple Star Army was attacking, it was impossible for the Wang family to fight for the mystic moon ancient city. The Wang family's forefather turned around and left. Looking at the mighty Purple Star Army in outer space, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to befriend the Purple Star Army. Aside from the Wang family's forefather, the other orthodoxies looked at each other. In the end, only a few of them were willing to stay. Chapter 872. Dust Sky Star. Dust Sky Immortal received a message from Pathmaster Shenyu. His eyes flashed coldly. Oh, Purple Star has made a move, and it's an army. Hell, what a big move. Looks like it's time for me to exercise my old bones. He slowly stood up. A strong, hollow, immortal energy spread out. But in the next instant, an equally strong, hollow, immortal energy came from the sky. A coffin made entirely of purple gold flew down from the sky and smashed into the Purple Star like a meteor. Hollow, immortal energy spread out from the coffin. Dust Sky Immortal's pupils constricted. This coffin. I didn't expect you to come. Dust Sky Immortal snorted coldly. Creak. The coffin opened. A skinny old man wearing a purple luxurious robe walked out. His turbid eyes shone brightly as he looked at Dust Sky Immortal and said calmly, Friend Shintian, long time no see. You still look so healthy. I really envy you. Virtual Immortal Shintian said coldly, Enough with the pleasantries. You, a guy with half your body in the grave, suddenly appeared. What's the matter? I had a sudden impulse and wanted to discuss the Tao with you. Discuss the Tao? You want to stop me from going to Shenyue Ancient City? Dust Sky Immortal sneered. Is that celestial seed worth you working so hard? The skinny old man asked. In this world, it doesn't matter if it's worth it or not. It's just whether I want to or not. A long sword with green light flowing around it appeared in Dust Sky Immortal's hand. He raised his hand, and a majestic sword energy slashed out. The skinny old man moved his mind. The coffin automatically blocked in front of him. With a bang, the entire Dust Sky Star shook. Huge cracks spread out with the two of them at the center. Please advise me. Hollow immortal energy flowed around the skinny old man's body. A battle between hollow immortals erupted. Shenyue City. The Tao Master of the Divine Moon sect looked at the few Tao Masters who were willing to stay with him with gratitude in his eyes. Thank you all. City Lord, there is no need to thank me. Back then, when I was being chased by my enemies, it was you who saved me. Furthermore, you allowed me to establish a sect in Mystic Moon Ancient City. I have yet to repay this kindness. The burly man in yellow robes laughed heartily. Beside him, a cold lady glanced at the Taoist lord and said, I'm staying here for the sake of my lunar palace and my disciples, not for you or Chu Kuangren. Don't overthink it. This woman was the master of the Moon Palace, a heavenly Tao lord. The Taoist master of the Divine Moon sect had known the other party for many years and knew that the other party was a sharp-tongued but soft-hearted person. Thus, he did not say much and silently kept his gratitude in his heart. The others were also people who had a good relationship with the Divine Moon Tao Lord. In the sky above Mystic Moon Ancient City, Zi Xiao had a panoramic view of what was happening in the city and said indifferently, It seems that you have made your decision. He gently raised his hand. Behind him, countless warships aimed their cannons at the ancient city. The light of the Tao patterns circulated. Streams of energy were gathering. Unfortunately, you have chosen a dead end. Zhixiao waved his hand. Instantly, beams of light shot out from the cannons of the warships. Boom, boom, boom. The energy beams were like a torrential downpour, continuously landing on the mystic moon ancient city's golden light barrier, causing a series of explosions. The entire golden barrier rippled. The great battle had begun. At that moment, the Wang family's forefather came before purple firmament. He cupped his fists and said, "My Wang family has a grudge against Chu Kuangren. I'm willing to do my part to fight against Chu Kuangren and lead the way for your highness." Upon seeing that, Zhixiao nodded. It seems that not everyone in the Mystic Moon ancient city is stupid. There are still some smart ones. Just like that, the Wang family's forefather joined the Purple Star Army in the battle against the Mystic Moon ancient city. The Mystic Moon ancient city's defensive formation was very strong, but the Purple Star Army was no joke either. Under the continuous bombardment of tens of thousands of energy beams, the great formation was already on the verge of collapse. "Prepare for battle," the Divine Moon Tao Lord said coldly. With a sword in his hand, a majestic sword pressure suddenly erupted. At that moment, not far away, a streak of sword light flew over and actually resonated with his sword pressure. Who is this? The Divine Moon Tao Lord was puzzled. He did not sense any hostility from that sword ray. Could it be that this person was not from the Purple Star Army? Haha, I'm Yang Xiao. I'm here to help the Mystic Moon ancient city. A heroic voice came from within the sword ray. A handsome middle-aged man with graying temples came before the Purple Star Army, raised his sword, and a majestic sword ray whistled out. Dozens of warships were destroyed by that sword ray. Yang Xiao from the Royal Heaven Sword Sect. The Purple Star Sky Guardian said coldly. Even the Royal Heaven Sword Sect wants to interfere in this matter. Aren't you afraid of the Purple Star's revenge? I once owed the ethereal, immortal, mortal heaven a favor, and I'm only here today to return the favor. My actions have nothing to do with the Royal Heaven Sword Sect. If you want revenge, just come after me. Yang Xiao laughed. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his sword pressure swept out like a tidal wave. Below, the Divine Moon Tao Lord was delighted to see that. Yang Xiao was a Heaven Tao Lord. With his help, the Mystic Moon ancient city had a much higher chance of winning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh at that moment. In outer space, rays of light flew over. Each ray of light contained a different Taoist fluctuation, but they all emitted an incredibly powerful Tao Lord's aura. The Lion Ridge Tao Lord is here to help the Mystic Moon ancient city. Haha, Yin Xiaodian is here to protect the poetic sword sage, Chu Kuangren. I, the loose cultivator and Tian, am here to join the fun too. One after another, names were announced. Each of them was a strong cultivator in the purple gold galaxy, and now, all of them were here to protect Chu Kuangren. Everyone was left speechless. They understood that these people were not here to protect Chu Kuangren, but to return the favor to the ethereal, immortal, mortal heaven. The ethereal, immortal, mortal heaven is too prestigious in the purple gold galaxy. Many strong cultivators here owe him a favor. That's right. Take Yang Xiao, for example. Rumor has it that he was also an immortal seed back then. The demonic sky sword in his hand was forged by the ethereal, immortal, mortal heaven, and it has accompanied him in battle until now. The ethereal, immortal, mortal heavens network is too strong. The spectators outside the Mystic Moon ancient city were amazed. The Celestial Moon Taoist and the others were overjoyed. As expected of the ethereal, immortal, mortal heaven. Besides him, who else could gather so many strong cultivators from all over? The Celestial Moon Taoist laughed. On the other hand, the strong cultivators from the Purple Star Alliance looked extremely gloomy. This ethereal, immortal, mortal heaven is really troublesome. The Sky Guardian snorted coldly. Even he did not expect the ethereal, immortal, mortal heaven to be so powerful that he could weave such a network without anyone noticing. Purple Star Alliance, do you still want to fight? Yang Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him were the strong cultivators who came to repay the ethereal, immortal mortal heaven's favor. Ha! A burst of laughter was heard. Purple Firmament took a step forward and said coldly, "A bunch of trash wants to fight against the Purple Star Alliance. Today, no matter who comes, Chu Quanren must die." Kill. The order was given. The strong cultivators from the Purple Star Alliance immediately flew out from the warship. Waves of domineering aura filled the sky above the mystic moon city. "Then let's fight," Yang Xiao said indifferently. With a twist of his sword, a majestic sword chi erupted. Chapter 873. The sounds of battle rang out. The powerhouses of Purple Star also made their move. Among them, the most eye-catching were the three protectors of Purple Star. All three of them were Heaven Law Masters. In addition to these two, there was a man and a woman, dressed in black and white robes respectively. These two were also Heaven Dao Masters. They were a pair of Dao companions, the famous black and white stars of Purple Star. In addition to the Wang family's old ancestor, the Purple Star Alliance now had 6 Heaven Path Masters. On the other hand, the ancient city of Mystic Moon, the Divine Moon Sect Master, the Moon Palace Master, Yang Xiao, and an old man with a cane. Only 4 of them were Heaven Law Masters. The number of other Path Masters was about the same. However, one Heaven Law Master was equivalent to dozens of Great Path Masters, so someone had to restrain the remaining 2 Heaven Law Masters of Purple Star. "Leave the black and white stars to me," Yang Xiao said to the Divine Moon Sect Master with his monarch consciousness. "Are you sure you can face 2 Heaven Law Masters at the same time?" "Don't worry, I can." Yang Xiao nodded. "Then there's one more Heaven Law Master. Who will restrain him?" "Don't worry, leave it to me," the Divine Moon Sect Master said. Yang Xiao's eyes lit up. The sword in his hand trembled slightly, and an unyielding battle intent erupted. "Then let's fight." Whoosh! Yang Xiao took a step forward and rushed toward the black and white stars. He swung his sword, and a surging sword light poured out. While Yang Xiao was fighting the black and white stars, the other Heaven Law Masters also made their moves. They had tacitly chosen their own opponents. The Moon Palace Master faced the Earth Protector. The old man with the cane faced the mysterious Protector. He waved his hands, and countless vines flew out and danced wildly in the void. You're courting death." The Heaven Protector, who is second only to Hall Master Ziwei, snorted coldly. He gripped his spear and stepped forward, a violent aura swirling around him. At that moment, a stream of light appeared in front of him. It was the Divine Moon Sect Master. "Purple Star Heaven Protector, come and fight me." The sword and spear collided. Terrifying energy poured out like a torrential flood. Just as he was locked in battle with the Purple Star Heavenly Protector, the Wang family's forefather, who was not too far away, looked towards the direction of the city hall with a glint in his eyes. "Let's break this formation first, then drag Chu Quanren out." At this moment, the Masters of the Heaven Law were fighting on their own. No one could stop him. The Emperor's chi within his body surged and intertwined with Taoist patterns. A terrifying, domineering aura circulated as he raised his hand, ready to destroy the formation and drag Chu Quanren out. However, at this very moment, the Divine Moon Path Master, who was fighting with the Purple Star Sky Protector, shot out several beams of sword light toward the Wang family patriarch. Sensing the sword light, the old ancestor of the Wang family snorted coldly. "You want to hold me back while fighting with the Purple Star Heavenly Protector? You are too naive." He raised his hand and blasted a palm at the sword light. The sword and the palm collided, and the sword light shattered. But in the next moment, the shattered sword light turned into countless fine sword chi, intertwining in the void to form a sword chi cage. The patriarch of the Wang family was trapped within, and his expression changed slightly. He struck the sword chi cage with his palm. However, with a bang, the palm chi collapsed, but the sword chi was unscathed. "What kind of strange technique is this?" the Wang family patriarch said in a low voice. patriarch of the Wong family, just stay in that sword chi cage. The divine moon path master sneered. The confinement sword chi was one of his most powerful sword techniques. This sword technique did not have high lethality, but it excelled in trapping people. Even cultivators of the same cultivation realm as him would find it difficult to break free in a short time. How long do you think you can trap me with just sword chi? The Wong family patriarch snorted. He unleashed one palm attack after another. Every time he unleashed a palm attack, the sword chi cage would weaken. Just as the masters of the heaven law were unleashing their techniques, the other Taoists were also engaged in battle. Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted one after another. The purple star first sequence, purple firmament, stood in the air with a cold expression. He could not intervene in the battle between the masters of the heaven law. Instead, he commanded the warship behind him to continuously fire energy beams at the mystic moon ancient city's great formation. Capture their leader first. Purple firmament is the first sequence, and his position in the purple star is very important. As long as we subdue him, we will have bargaining chips with the purple star. A burly man's eyes sparkled, his figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light. He dodged the attacks of several great Tao masters and flew toward purple firmament. His speed was extremely fast, and he appeared in front of purple firmament in the blink of an eye. Bow down, the burly man shouted coldly. His late-stage great Tao master cultivation base was completely unleashed. Terrifying Emperor Qi swept out and turned into a giant golden hand that grabbed at purple firmament. Fool! Purple firmament snorted. Endless starlight flowed around his body. The giant golden hand landed on the starlight, but it could not get even half a step closer. Galaxy annihilation. Purple firmament raised his hand and activated an immortal technique. Thousands of starlight gathered in his palm and formed a starlight vortex. Within the vortex, there seemed to be a galaxy surging out. The giant golden hand was shattered by the galaxy. The burly man was sent flying while vomiting blood. How can he be so powerful? The burly man's expression changed. Before he could recover from his shock, a figure appeared above him like a ghost. It was purple firmament. He raised his hand gently, and starlight shone in his palm. His palm fell like a huge star falling from the sky at high speed, and it smashed into the great Tao master's head. Bang! The burly man's head exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. This scene caused the powerhouses of Shangyue ancient city to secretly exclaim, "Is this the power of purple firmament's sequence 1? He can kill a great Tao master so easily. This is too terrifying." As expected of one of the two strongest in the purple gold galaxy, I'm afraid no one below the heavenly Tao master can hurt him. Everyone was extremely fearful. Even the other sequence, purple firmament, celestial seeds were secretly shocked. So powerful. This is the power of a sequence 1. A few hundred years ago, he could easily kill someone of the same level as him when he first became a great Tao master. Now his strength has improved a lot. Even a sequence 2 is far from being his match. Purple firmament stood in the air with a proud expression. He stared at the ancient mystic moon city lord's residence. Poetic sword god Chu Quangren, how long are you going to hide? Are you still not coming out? No one responded to him. What a shame. These people came to protect you. But who would have thought that they would protect a coward who doesn't even dare to come out and fight? Purple firmament continued to sneer. Inside the city lord's residence, it was still silent. Boom, boom. Only the rumbling sounds of energy beams hitting the great formation could be heard. At that moment, the ancient mystic moon city's great formation finally could not hold on any longer. Cracks began to appear on it, and with a loud bang, the great formation shattered. Beams of energy beams smashed into the ancient city. Countless buildings were destroyed. Lock onto the city lord's residence. Purple firmament sneered. The warship's cannons turned and aimed at the city lord's residence. Beams of energy beams rained down, blasting the city lord's residence into a mess. If the Mystic Moon Taoist had not arranged for Tang Haidang and the others to a safe place, there would have been countless casualties. While the rest of the buildings in the City Lord's residence were being destroyed, there was one room that remained unscathed. That room was surrounded by mysterious Taoist patterns that blocked off all the energy beams. Oh, is that where you are? Chapter 874. Oh, so that's where you're at? Zishao stared at the restricted room in the city hall and sneered. He then raised his hand and ordered everyone to attack it. Beams of energy landed on the restricted room like raindrops. Even the Mystic Moon Ancient City's great defensive formation couldn't stop the continuous attacks, so this restriction naturally couldn't do anything. After a round of attacks, 30% of the restricted room was destroyed. However, that was still shocking enough. Only this much. Zishao could not help but frown. The Mystic Moon Ancient City's defensive formation was built with countless resources, but this restricted room was obviously created by a single person. Only 30% of it was destroyed after being attacked by tens of thousands of battleships. Continued to attack. After the battleships were recharged, the energy beams continued to explode. 40%, 50%, 70%, 80%. In next to no time, 80% of the restrictions were destroyed, and the remaining 20% were dim like a thin piece of paper that could be broken with a single poke. The Mystic Moon Taoist Master and the others panicked when they saw that. However, they were occupied by their respective opponents and could not help at all. The battleship's energy beams stopped. The energy beams could not be fired at any time as they required energy. Now, all the battleships were recharging their energy. One more round, and the restricted room would be completely destroyed. The person inside the restricted room was no exception. Soon, the battleships were fully charged. All that was left was for Zishao to give the order. Chu Kuangren, I know you're here. Why don't you come out? Come out, and let me see what the poetic sword sage is capable of. Zishao said indifferently. His eyes were filled with battle intent. He really wanted to see how strong this newly risen fairy seed was. Still, no one answered. Vaguely, a light snoring sound came from the room. It was as if someone was sleeping. Everyone present had a high cultivation level and strong senses, so they could hear the light snoring clearly. At that moment, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. The battle outside was in full swing, yet the person inside was sleeping. Did he not respect them at all? Could he please respect us? Even Zishao could not help but turn pale with anger. He snorted. You deserve to die in your sleep. He raised his hand, signaling for the attack to continue. The cannons of the battleship had Tao patterns flowing on them. Beams of energy light shot out like raindrops, piercing through the void and blasting into the room. This wave of attacks was enough to destroy the last 20% of the seal. At the same time, he would raise that place to the ground. Not good, the divine moon, Tao Lord exclaimed. But at this moment, all around the wind stilled and the clouds ceased. In a trance, everyone heard the soft snoring in the room stop. Subsequently, a peerlessly powerful and majestic emperor energy erupted from within the room, and it swept out in all directions like raging waves. The room was shattered by the emperor Qi, and the restrictions automatically disintegrated. The beams of energy that shot toward the other party were all destroyed by the Emperor Qi. Under the terrifying impact of the energy, smoke and dust rose everywhere. What happened? What a terrifying monarch aura! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone stopped fighting and stared at the room that was filled with smoke and dust. Streams of Emperor will swept over in that direction. When the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone could only see a bed in the dust. On the bed, there was a person sleeping on it. That person was Chu Kuangren. F*CKME. This person is really sleeping. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the F*CK is going on? Chu Kuangren, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, as if he had not fully woken up yet. However, everyone suddenly sensed a peerlessly powerful and terrifying ripple spreading out from the other party's body. That ripple also contained an indescribable profundity. Is this an immortal technique fluctuation? Purple Firmament and the other immortal seeds who knew immortal techniques could not help but be shocked. However, what happened next shocked everyone even more. Mysterious Taoist fluctuations spread from Chu Kuangren's body, and it evolved into magnificent transformations. There were heavenly fire meteors, mountains burning, frost falling, ice sealing thousands of miles, and thousands of soldiers hovering in the air. As the transformations continued to evolve, the Taoist fluctuations on Chu Kuangren's body became more and more intense, so much so that everyone's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, the heavens and earth shook, and waves of mysterious Taoist rhymes came from the depths of the universe. Thousands of golden lotuses surrounded Chu Kuangren. The spiritual chi of the heavens and earth surged, forming an incredibly mysterious rune-like mark on top of Chu Kuangren's head. This is the technique validation seal. A knowledgeable expert swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The rest of the Sky Dao Master and the others were also horrified. Taoist rhymes, technique validation seal. How is this possible? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Some of the cultivators even shook their heads in disbelief. The scene left many cultivators scratching their heads in confusion. What's wrong with these cultivators? The technique validation seal is something that can only be formed by the great Taoist will of the universe. It can only appear when a certain cultivator creates a brand new and powerful cultivation technique. The Sacred Moon Taoist master said with a trembling voice, to form the technique validation seal, the cultivation technique must at least be an immortal technique. At this moment, everyone understood. However, they were all dumbfounded. They looked at Chu Kuangren in shock. In other words, Chu Kuangren has created his own immortal technique. Everyone was speechless when they heard that. Following that, the sound of people gasping could be heard one after another. The immortal seeds were especially shaken as they stared at the bettered-in Chu Kuangren. Their Taoist core was on the verge of collapsing. They were still struggling to become immortals. However, Chu Kuangren had created his own immortal technique. That was something only an immortal could do. Just when everyone was shocked, speechless, the spiritual chi in the surroundings surged again, and another technique validation seal was formed. 2 technique validation seals. How is this possible? 2 immortal techniques. He created 2 immortal techniques in one go. How is this possible? The Purple Star Heavenly Protector's pupils trembled violently. Creating a celestial art on his own was already enough to stun everyone. However, Chu Kuangren had created 2 of them. Poetic Sword Fairy, is he really an immortal? Someone murmured. Initially, many doubted Chu Kuangren's title as an immortal, but now, no one doubted it anymore. He had created 2 immortal techniques in one go. Even if he could not become an immortal now, he would definitely become one in the future. It was only a matter of time. What nice dream, Chu Kuangren murmured. After he finished drinking the divine enlightenment wine, he used the wine's chi to gain insights on the technique of invincibility. As the divine enlightenment wine was too strong, he felt like he was in a dream during the process. A dream about Taoism and techniques. The good news was he had succeeded. He had successfully deduced the technique of invincibility to the level of an immortal technique. The transformations around him gradually dissipated. The 2 technique validation seals flew into Chu Kuangren's body. He could feel the powerful fluctuations contained in the technique validation seals. It was another opportunity of fortune. Chapter 875. All right, it's time to deal with you guys. Chu Kuangren rested his head on his bed with his left hand and chuckled as he looked at the Purple Star cultivators before him. Although he had just woken up and was still confused about the situation, his emperor's thought quickly scanned the battlefield and roughly understood what was going on. Don't you think it's rude to disturb my sweet dreams? Chu Kuangren yawned and said. The Purple Star cultivators were shocked to see him in such a lackadaisical manner. They glared at him with eyes that were about to spit fire. Their great army and several Sky Dao masters had arrived, but to Chu Kuangren, they were merely disturbing his sweet dreams. It was as if this guy did not take them seriously at all. Let's go. So what if he can create his own immortal technique? He's just a Taoist master who hasn't ascended to immortality yet. One of the Taoist masters yelled. He then dashed towards Chu Kuangren in a flash. That's right. He hasn't ascended to immortality yet. So what's with his arrogance? Go to hell. The Taoist masters charged towards Chu Kuangren. This time, the higher-ups of the Purple Star Alliance had ordered that whoever managed to kill Chu Kuangren would be rewarded handsomely. Even the Sky Dao masters would be tempted by those rewards. Sword rays, fist chi, palm chi, all sorts of energies and mysteries were unleashed towards Chu Kuangren. Heh, you guys are still too weak to kill me. Chu Kuangren lay on his bed and took the attack. He held his head with one hand and gently lifted the other. Emperor's chi gushed out from his palm and turned into a purple vortex. Within the vortex, mysterious Taoist patterns circulated. An immortal technique, fluctuation, emanated. It was the invincible technique, Heaven's Vortex. This technique was now an immortal technique. Moreover, it was an immortal technique that was most compatible with Chu Kuangren's Tao. As the vortex appeared, the sword rays, fist chi, and other energies were all absorbed and neutralized. The Taoist masters could not hurt Chu Kuangren at all. How is this possible? Is this his self-created immortal technique? Retreat. The Taoist masters' pupils dilated as they tried to retreat. However, they soon realized that they were already enveloped by a surge of chi. Retreat? Where can I retreat to? Chu Kuangren gently waved his palms, and a burst of saber light and fist chi shot out from the vortex. It was the technique that the Tao Lords had used to attack him. Pay them back in their own coin. Not only that, with the help of Chu Kuangren's Emperor's chi, these attacks were even more terrifying. A few Tao Lords could not dodge in time and were blasted into a mist of blood on the spot. This move silenced the entire battlefield. The wind blew, rolling up the bead curtain. Chu Kuangren slowly got up and got off the bed. He raised his hand and took out a gorgeous white robe from the clothes rack beside him. Then, in front of the countless soldiers, he put on his clothes unhurriedly. His attire was neat and tidy, and he fastened his Kunwu robe. Chu Kuangren took a step forward. With a flick of his sleeves, an immense domineering aura gushed out like a torrential flood in all directions, causing the cultivators at the scene to shudder in fear. Are you ready? I can be quite grumpy when I wake up. Chu Kuangren glanced at the crowd and smiled. With the help of the omniscient spirit, Xiao AI, he could tell at a glance which side was here to kill him and who was here to help him. Everyone, prepare to face the enemy. One of the Tao Lords said in fear. But in the next moment, Chu Kuangren, who was originally in front of everyone, disappeared. The Tao Lord who was yelling to face the enemy narrowed his eyes. Where is he? Here. Behind him, a chuckle was heard. Before the Tao Lord could turn around and escape, he felt a sudden chill on his neck. Then, he felt the world spin around him, and he saw a headless corpse. Isn't that my body? The Tao Lord thought, in confusion. Then, his consciousness disappeared into the darkness. After Chu Kuangren had beheaded a Tao Lord, the descendant self-sword in his hand emanated an incredibly sharp and cold sword chi. Kill! A loud roar was heard. The Purple Star Sect's cultivators charged towards Chu Kuangren in a frenzy. Come, let's kill each other. Chu Kuangren did not retreat. Instead, he faced the crowd of cultivators head-on. He waved the descendant self-sword in his hand, and sword rays flashed. One by one, the cultivators were either beheaded or torn in half by his sword chi. My Lord Zhao wears the tassel of a beard, and the Wu hook is as bright as the snow. Suddenly, on the battlefield, a poem was recited. The crowd looked at Chu Kuangren, who was killing with his sword, and their hearts trembled. It's him. He's reciting a poem. It's the poetic sword fairy. It's the poetic sword fairy, Chu Kuangren. Outside the Mystic Moon City, the onlooking cultivators were dumbfounded, reciting a poem while fighting. F***CKME. So this is the poetic sword fairy. So cool. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, galloping like a meteor. Chu Kuangren's figure flickered. Although he did not use the spatial conveyor technique to move, his speed was still extremely fast. His body was like a meteor, and as he waved his sword rays lit up the heavens and earth. 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles unstoppable. The Purple Star Sect's cultivators could not hurt Chu Kuangren at all. In terms of defense, Chu Kuangren was almost invincible. The Heaven Vortex, Heavenly Weapon, Stellar Immortal Physique, Immortal Body, and many other techniques allowed him to weave through the army unscathed. On the other hand, every time he waved his sword, he would reap countless lives. 1 step to kill a man. 10,000 soldiers were repelled. When the matter is done, I shall leave without a trace. Chu Kuangren waved his sword. The sword chi retracted. His mind power circulated around his body, and circles of light waves spread out. Any cultivator who got close to him was blasted away by the light waves, spitting out blood. At that moment, no one could stand around Chu Kuangren. He stood with his sword in his snow-white robe, like a sword fairy. Around him, corpses and the screams of his enemies could be heard. The Purple Star Sect's cultivators were shocked by his methods, and they looked at him in horror. They hesitated, and no one dared to act rashly. Chu Kuangren chuckled when he saw that. He took out a jar of boundless romance and took a big gulp. He did not compose any more poems. That was because he had forgotten the rest. However, those few lines were enough to dazzle the surrounding spectators. They looked at Chu Kuangren with yearning in their eyes. So this is the poetic sword fairy. With a smile, he recites ancient poems. With a wave of his hand, he can turn his enemies into ashes. The poetic sword fairy, who is a master of both sword and poetry, truly lives up to his name. He's too powerful. 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles unstoppable. What a heroic and murderous poem. It's a perfect match for the current situation. Chu Kuangren is such a playboy. The spectators were amazed. Some of the female cultivators even had a look of infatuation and longing in their eyes. Chu Kuangren, what a poetic sword fairy. Even a heavenly lord like the Purple Star Heavenly Protector could not help but feel amazed, but it was soon replaced by an intense, murderous intent. The more talented Chu Kuangren was, the greater the threat he posed to the Purple Star Sect. All the more reason for them to kill him. If they did not kill him today, the Purple Star Sect would never have peace. Kill. The Purple Star Heavenly Protector wanted to attack Chu Kuangren. Unfortunately, he was stopped by the Divine Moon Taoist. Not only the Purple Star Heavenly Protector, but the other Heavenly Lords were also stopped by Yang Xiao, the Lunar Palace Lord, and the Unknown Elder. Haha, Purple Star Heavenly Protector. Do you see this? This is the person you want to kill. Can you kill him? The Divine Moon Taoist laughed out loud. Not far away, Yang Xiao was also amazed. I finally know why Elder Chintian gave him the Heavenly Dust Jade token. It turns out that he's such a peerless figure. The poetic sword fairy truly lives up to his name. Chapter 876. In the Mystic Moon Ancient City, a great battle was taking place. Chu Kuangren made his move. With every step he took, he would kill, and with each kill, he would compose a poem. The poetic sword saint's technique had completely shocked everyone present. Meanwhile, the Purple Star Heavenly Masters were being held back by the other Heavenly Masters, so they could not attack Chu Kuangren. As for the other Heavenly Masters, they were not even worth mentioning in front of Chu Kuangren. Just as the Purple Star cultivators were in a dilemma, a tyrannical aura erupted from the Purple Star camp and swept out mightily. When everyone looked towards the source of the aura, their eyes lit up. It's Your Highness. Purple Stars Sequence 1, Zi Xiao. Everyone's eyes lit up. The person who emanated the powerful aura was none other than the strongest cultivator of the Purple Star Sage Seed, Zi Xiao. Poetic Sword Saint, Chu Kuangren. A deep voice rang out. Zishao stared at Chu Kuangren with a strong battle intent in his eyes. Chu Kuangren looked at him and said, "When I was sleeping, I felt like someone was yelling in my ear. Was it you?" "Umph, I'm surprised by your strength." Zishao snorted coldly. Then, purple light circulated around his body, and a purple armor covered his body. It was a defensive heavenly weapon. "That's the Purple Star Heavenly Armor." The Purple Star Sequence 3, Zifeng narrowed his eyes. The Purple Star Heavenly Armor was one of the strongest defensive Taoist weapons in the Purple Star tribe. Even the Heavenly Master would have a hard time breaking it. After summoning the Heavenly Armor, Zishao took out a dark purple longsword. There were patterns on the blade that formed the silhouette of a dragon. The Purple Dragon Saber is an offensive Taoist weapon paired with a heavenly armor. This is also a heavenly weapon. It seems like he feels threatened by the fact that he has two heavenly weapons in one go. Zifeng said solemnly. In fact, Chu Kuangren's strength was much stronger than his Sequence 2, so it was hard for Zishao not to feel threatened. With two heavenly weapons in hand, Zishao's aura instantly skyrocketed. "Chu Kuangren, I became a great Taoist lord 500 years ago. Since then, no one under the Heavenly Master has been able to hurt me except for the Golden Star Sequence 1. Let me see if you can do it," Zishao said coldly. Although Chu Kuangren's self-created immortal technique had shocked him greatly, Chu Kuangren was only a late-stage Taoist master in terms of cultivation level, which was similar to his own. Hence, he was confident that he could deal with Chu Kuangren. "Huh, you're clearly so weak. Where does your confidence come from?" Chu Kuangren shook his head and smiled. "Take this." Zishao took a step forward and slashed with the long saber in her hand. All of a sudden, a majestic surge of saber chi gushed out from the blade and intertwined with the Taoist patterns before it transformed into a purple dragon shadow that charged towards Chu Kuangren. Useless move. Chu Kuangren casually swung his sword. The ultimate emperor energy erupted, and the sword energy tore the dragon shadow apart. Then, his body disappeared on the spot and reappeared in front of Zishao. The descendant's self-sword in his hand slashed out with a brilliant sword light. Zishao raised his saber to block. Clang! The sound of golden jade rang out, and a powerful chi swept out. Zishao only felt an indescribably powerful force sweeping towards him, and his entire body was involuntarily sent flying backward. Such powerful strength. Zishao felt that his entire arm was numb. If not for the god's strength armor's protection, it was not impossible for his arm to be torn apart by that powerful force. Whoosh! Chu Kuangren's figure flashed again. He came to the sky above Zishao and smashed his fist down. Boom! His fist landed on the god's strength armor. The power that was enough to destroy a star made the heavenly Tao weapon tremble continuously. Although Zishao did not receive the full brunt of the punch, the powerful recoil was still shaking his internal organs. After that punch, Chu Kuangren grabbed Zishao's arm and tossed him into the air. Then his figure flashed, and his fists and legs landed on Zishao's body from left to right, and then above, the crowd was dumbfounded. The dignified Purple Star Sequence 1 was like a helpless child in front of Chu Kuangren. The difference in strength was too great. Chu Kuangren came to the sky above Zishao and kicked him. Boom! Zishao smashed onto the ground like a meteor. With a loud explosion, the entire Mystic Moon ancient city shook, forming a huge crater. Zishao lay in the crater, coughing out blood continuously. The indestructible god's strength armor on his body had a few cracks. His hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely pathetic. An unprecedented sense of humiliation engulfed him. Ever since he became a Taoist master, this was the first time he was in such a sorry state. Even the Sequence 1 from Venus did not injure him this badly. Moreover, he was completely suppressed. He was brutally tortured. The turtle shell on your body is quite hard. Chu Kuangren slowly landed on the ground. He chuckled. However, you're weaker than I thought. None of the purple star sequence ones are decent. He looked at the other sequence ones who were watching the battle from afar. Why don't you guys come meet together? I can finish you all off in one go. Upon hearing that, the other sequence ones trembled and quickly took a few steps back. They had lost the courage to fight Chu Kuangren. The difference in strength was too great. Chu Kuangren, I must kill you. Kill you. At that moment, Zi Xiao slowly stood up from the crater. He stared at Chu Kuangren with intense hatred in his purple pupils. Celestial River Apocalypse. Zi Xiao growled and activated his immortal technique. The starlight around him surged towards him. With a lift of his hand, a dazzling celestial river filled with domineering aura surged towards Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren casually threw out a punch. Invincible technique, heaven and earth reversal. Boom! When the two powerful forces collided, the surrounding void immediately exploded. The starlight shattered, and the majestic fist energy landed on Zi Xiao's body. Once again, he was blasted away with blood spewing out his mouth. In terms of immortal techniques, he was completely crushed by Chu Kuangren. No. Zi Xiao roared. As the purple star sequence won, he was a proud person. Yet now, he was beaten to such a state in front of everyone. His pride was completely trampled under Chu Kuangren's feet. Take this! Purple star divine gaze. Zi Xiao leaped into the air, and an even more powerful immortal technique, fluctuation, emanated from his body. His eyes radiated a brilliant purple light. Zifeng and the other immortal seeds could not help but exclaim, "That's the purple star divine gaze." Purple star's strongest immortal technique. In the history of Purple Star, only a few people managed to cultivate the Purple Star divine gaze. He's a sequence 1-2. The immortal technique fluctuation on Zi Xiao's body grew stronger. The purple light that surged in his eyes was as dazzling as the stars. Go! The purple light in Zi Xiao's eyes condensed to its limit. Suddenly, a beam of purple light shot out. Wherever the purple light passed, the void shattered, and the phenomenon of falling stars was reflected. Even the Lord of the Heaven Law felt his heart palpitate when he sensed such a powerful aura. With a single thought, 10,000 rivers of ice and snow. An extremely powerful fluctuation erupted from Chu Kuangren's body. Cold chi swept across and froze the void. That was not an ordinary cold chi. It was the cold chi that erupted from the lunar immortal physique, using an immortal physique to activate an immortal technique. The horrifying cold chi erupted and condensed into an ice mountain that smashed out. When the purple light landed on the ice mountain, it was corroded by the cold chi and was easily frozen. Then, it was easily shattered by the ice mountain. The Sky Path Lord's pupils shrank when they saw that. Immortal Physique. Chapter 877. The iceberg smashed through the purple light emitted by the purple star divine eyes and directly crashed into Zi Xiao, completely shattering his pride. With a boom, the divine spear armor shattered. The indestructible heavenly Tao weapon could no longer withstand Chu Kuangren's continuous attacks and shattered into pieces on the ground. Purple Firmament's body was almost completely frozen by the frost chi. The group of heavenly Tao masters looked at Chu Kuangren in shock. Their senses were not wrong. Chu Kuangren's body had indeed exploded with the fluctuations of an immortal physique. He has an immortal physique. Purple Firmament Heavenly Protector said in shock. It's a frost attribute immortal physique. Could it be that he specializes in frost Taoism? What a terrifying frost chi. No wonder he's so powerful. He has an immortal physique. Immortal physiques were too rare in the Purple Gold Galaxy. In the history of all the known civilizations in the Purple Gold Galaxy, there were not many immortal physiques. Even the current Purple Star and Golden Star sequences did not have an immortal physique. Compared to the other Heavenly Tao Masters, the Divine Moon Taoist Master was even more shocked. Was that not Hai Tang's lunar divine physique? How could it be? How could Brother Chu have Hai Tang's lunar divine physique? The Divine Moon Taoist Master was dumbfounded. Chu Kuangren had given him too many surprises. Break! At that moment, a low roar came from the sky. The Wang family's elder had finally shattered the Divine Moon Taoist Master's sword chi cage. He then looked at Chu Kuangren with a fiery gaze. Taoist seal, immortal physique. Young lad, I'll be taking your opportunity of fortune. The combat strength and talent that Chu Kuangren had displayed were too unbelievable. No one would believe that he did not have any opportunity of fortune or secret. Perhaps this opportunity of fortune could help one become an immortal. At that thought, the Wang family's elder was extremely excited. Do you think you can cover my secrets? Chu Kuangren sneered. With a thought, a golden red lotus appeared in his hand. The fire that formed the lotus was not an ordinary flame. It was the phoenix flame. Its flames were on the same level as Chu Kuangren's immortal physique. In fact, the godly phoenix physique was even more advanced than the lunar divine physique. The fire lotus shot out, burning the entire void. The Wang family's old ancestor punched out with his palm, and two terrifying forces exploded. The Wang family's old ancestor was forced back tens of feet by the heat wave. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Chu Kuangren had forced the heavenly Tao Master to retreat. He could actually fight against the master of the Heaven Tao. This guy can even use Phoenix Fire. The patriarch of the Wang family narrowed his eyes. Then, he looked at Chu Kuangren with an even more fervent gaze. First an immortal physique, now a phoenix flame. Your opportunities of fortune and secrets are mine. You have to be alive to get it. Do you really think you can fight against the master of heaven law? Wang family ancestor snorted coldly. He channeled his emperor's qi to its limit, and the majestic aura of a heavenly Tao master instantly erupted and charged towards Chu Kuangren. Upon seeing that, Chu Kuangren channeled his mind power. In the void, a huge rainbow-colored rune gathered. 9 rainbow-colored dragons soared into the sky and surged into his body, causing his aura to rise explosively. He actually rose to the peak of the great Tao Lord level in a single go. Tao integration, Chu Kuangren shouted. The heavenly energy hidden in his body also erupted. The heavenly energy surged. His aura rose once again. With the Divine 9 Dragons transformation and the heavenly energy, Chu Kuangren's current cultivation level was infinitely close to the master of the Heaven Tao. His combat strength was even more unimaginable. Old man, you've lived for so long. You should be tired of living. Today, I'll send you on your way, Chu Kuangren said coldly. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. The Wang family ancestor keenly sensed a spatial fluctuation behind him, so he turned around and launched a palm attack. That palm attack landed on the blade of a longsword. A powerful surge of energy swept over and hit the Wang family ancestor's arm, causing him to let out a cry of pain. He could feel it. That surge of energy contained more than just Emperor's Qi. It also contained his mind power and physical strength. Emperor's Qi, mind power, physical strength, and triple combat strength. Even someone as powerful as the Master of the Heaven Tao could not help but be sent flying. The asterisk imminent. Tyrannical army shattering palm. The Wang family ancestor was extremely furious. He channeled his emperor's qi and launched a palm attack. The Taoist and emperor's qi intertwined to form a huge black palm. Honorable Emperor Sword Art, dominator of the universe. Immortal technique fluctuations erupted from Chu Kuangren's body. Behind him, a powerful emperor avatar formed. Thousands of sword qi surged in the avatar's palm and formed into a golden sword shadow. Then, it slashed at the Wang family ancestor. The black palm and golden sword qi collided. The palm was shattered. The Wang family ancestor was blasted away by the sword qi, and his body was left with several bloody sword wounds. Everyone's jaws dropped as they looked at the scene in disbelief. Chu Kuangren had overpowered the heavenly Tao Master. Oh my God, am I blind? I can't believe this actually happened. The difference between a great Tao Master and a heavenly Tao Master is as big as a chasm. But now, Chu Kuangren has overpowered the Heavenly Tao Master as a Great Tao Master. Also, there are Heavenly Tao fluctuations on him. He's even a Celestial Lord recognized by the Heavenly Tao. Countless people were discussing. In this battle, Chu Kuangren had completely displayed combat strength that surpassed the scope of Sky Pride. The Wang family ancestor looked at Chu Kuangren with his eyes trembling. A threat, an unprecedented threat of death. The Wang family ancestor gulped. He could sense a strong threat of death from the young man in front of him. Old man, aren't you the Heavenly Tao Master? Didn't you want the opportunity of fortune and secret on me? Why are you afraid now? Chu Kuangren walked towards the Wang family ancestor as his aura continued to rise. With a twist of his sword chi surged out again. ***. The Wang family ancestor gritted his teeth and roared. He attacked the sword chi with his palm, but he was still blasted a few hundred meters away. Quick, help me! The Wang family ancestor shouted at the Purple Star cultivators. However, everyone had long been frightened by Chu Kuangren's strength. They could not wait to hide from him, so they did not have the courage to fight him. Die, old man! Chu Kuangren channeled his Emperor's chi and mind power to their limits, and the ultimate reversal technique was unleashed. In an instant, the sun and moon were reversed, and the Heavenly Tao Master was thrown into disorder. A majestic fist chi enveloped the Wang family ancestor. No matter how hard he tried to resist, his body was blasted into a mist of blood. Chu Kuangren had almost crushed and killed a Heavenly Tao Master. And you? Chu Kuangren looked at the purple firmaments. The purple firmaments could not help but shudder, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. In the face of death, the dignity of being the #1 purple firmament sequence cultivator and his immortal seed status were all useless. He wanted to run away. However, his body was so stiff that it was hard for him to move. At that moment, the battleships in the sky began to glow with Taoist patterns, and countless cannons were aimed at Chu Kuangren. Fire! The third sequence cultivator, Z-Foam, roared. Energy beams shot out continuously. Idiot! Chu Kuangren gently raised his hand. A ripple appeared in the space around him. Countless energy beams disappeared in the air before him, and then rained down from the battleships like raindrops. Spatial conveyor technique. One by one, the battleships suffered the consequences of their own actions and exploded. However, that was not the end. As Chu Kuangren raised his hand, spiritual chi gathered and turned into countless weapons in the blink of an eye, aimed at the battleships and the purple firmaments. With a single thought, 10,000 weapons created a disaster. The weapons shot out, and wherever they passed, it was as if the Grim Reaper had passed through. Countless battleships exploded like fireworks, and cultivators fell one after another. Even the purple firmaments could not escape. Chapter 878. As the thousands of soldiers passed through, the battleships exploded one after another. One by one, the Purple Star cultivators fell. With the Purple Star Sky Lord being held back, and the Wang family's forefather being killed by Chu Kuangren, no one could stop him now. Today, those who wish to kill me, I shall kill them all. Chu Kuangren said coldly as his murderous intent poured out like a torrent. He glanced at Zi Xiao, who was not far away. He raised his hand and condensed a spiritual weapon before shooting it towards his opponent. The weapon pierced through the void. Zi Xiao's pupils shrank as an unprecedented threat of death loomed over him. However, at that moment, a ray of purple light shone from his body. The purple light turned into a light barrier and repelled the spiritual weapon. A figure walked out from the light barrier. It was Palace Lord Ziwei. Palace Lord! No, this is a clone of the Palace Lord. This is a clone that the Palace Lord left on your highness. It was refined by the Palace Lord with many materials, so it has at least the strength of a Sky Lord. This is great. Chu Kuangren is dead for sure. The Purple Star cultivators were overjoyed. A Sky Lord was much stronger than the Wang family's forefather. Not to mention, this person was Palace Lord Ziwei. After all, He had an immortal technique in his hands. Chu Kuangren, the palace lord is here. Why aren't you bowing down? Zi Xiao felt a surge of confidence when he saw Palace Lord Ziwei. It's just a clone. Do you really think it can stop me from killing you? Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Sword chi circulated around his body and locked onto Palace Lord Ziwei. Palace Lord Ziwei stared back at him with a horrifying expression as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Be asterisk starred. How dare you make the Purple Star suffer such heavy losses? Chu Kuangren could not help but laugh when he heard that, but it was soon replaced by a cold expression. You guys try to kill me, and now you're blaming me for causing heavy losses? Palace Lord Ziwei, you must be out of your mind. Chu Kuangren had always adhered to the principle of not offending others if they did not offend him. However, once he was angered, he would return the favor tenfold. The Purple Star's actions had completely infuriated him, especially when the other party had the guts to send Guardian Huang to Firmament Star to destroy his civilization. How could he tolerate that? Today, I will not only make you suffer heavy casualties. One day, I will personally visit Purple Star and let your Purple Star have a taste of what it feels like to have your civilization destroyed. Chu Kuangren's voice reverberated through the clouds and shook the starry sky. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they were all shocked. Chu Kuangren was issuing a challenge to Purple Star. Purple Star wanted to kill him. He wanted to destroy the entire Purple Star. He planned to fight the entire civilization on his own. Does he really have a way to do this? Everyone was in a daze. Hall Master Ziwei's eyes were blazing with anger. Purple Star was the second most powerful civilization in the Purple Gold Galaxy. In the entire galaxy, there were not many who dared to provoke them, not to mention publicly issuing a challenge to them, and a young cultivator at that. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times. Hall Master Ziwei was enraged, and her aura became more and more violent. Chu Kuangren, we can wait for another day. Today, I shall bury you here. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and gathered starlight that filled the sky. A giant starlight sword was formed and slashed towards Chu Kuangren. The awe-inspiring sword might shook the entire mystic moon ancient city. Chu Kuangren did not retreat nor evade. His mind power and Emperor's chi erupted at the same time. Honorable Emperor's sword art, sole dominator of the universe. The Emperor's avatar was formed. Thousands of sword chi gathered to form a golden sword shadow that slashed out. Boom! Starlight sword, Emperor's sword. The two sword silhouettes collided with each other, and the resulting shockwave sent the surrounding cultivators flying, causing them to fall to the ground in a daze. Chu Kuangren and Hall Master Ziwei were both pushed back from the collision. However, it was not over yet. With a single thought, 10,000 blade disaster. Tens of thousands of spiritual power blades gathered and locked on a Hall Master Ziwei. Bang, bang, bang. The blades were unleashed one after another. Hall Master Ziwei let out a cold roar. Galactic apocalypse. Immortal technique, fluctuation spread. A Milky Way that stretched for tens of thousands of miles surrounded his body, blocking the thousands of incoming attacks before it smashed towards Chu Kuangren. With a single thought, 10,000 snowy rivers. His immortal physique activated his immortal technique. A terrifying chill instantly erupted and turned into a giant iceberg. Amidst the explosion, the galactic river froze. An unparalleled chill swept back, causing Hall Master Ziwei's pupils to shrink. Immortal physique. He activated his Emperor's chi and unleashed another attack, shattering the iceberg. However, the powerful force still sent him flying hundreds of meters away. This person must die today. Otherwise, there will never be a day of peace for Purple Star. Hall Master Ziwei's eyes surged with murderous intent. He let out a long roar, and endless starlight gathered towards him. Streams of galactic river appeared in the void, and the surging starlight energy caused the void to collapse. Come, Chu Kuangren yelled. Emperor's chi, mind power, and mystical Taoist patterns flowed on the surface of his body. A terrifying, immortal technique, fluctuations spread from his body. Go! Hall Master Ziwei waved his hand. Instantly, streams of galactic river smashed towards Chu Kuangren. The galactic river flowed in the void, interweaving into an extremely beautiful scene. However, its terrifying power made everyone's heart palpitate. Chu Kuangren stood still in the face of such power. All of a sudden, the surrounding wind stopped, and the clouds stopped. It fell into a strange silence. Chu Kuangren suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with a brilliant light. With a single thought, all shall be silent, and the heavens and earth shall perish. A purplish-red light wave that was a mixture of Taoist patterns, Emperor's Qi, mind power, immortal physique chilling Qi, and godly phoenix fire spread out in circles. Wherever the light wave went, the void was shattered. Streams of galactic river and light wave clashed together. The rumbling sounds were endless. Every time the galactic river and light wave collided, the void would collapse, and the entire Mystic Moon Ancient City would tremble. After the collision, half of the Mystic Moon Ancient City was in ruins. Chu Kuangren and Hall Master Ziwei were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Affected by the energy impact, they were both pushed back. Chu Kuangren's physical body was extremely strong, so the impact did not affect him much. However, Hall Master Ziwei did not feel good. His face was pale, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Chu Kuangren with shock. What a powerful force! Is this enough to shock you? Chu Kuangren sneered. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Hall Master Ziwei. With the Descendant Self-Sword in his hand, he immediately suppressed Hall Master Ziwei. Chu Kuangren unleashed all kinds of techniques. At his current cultivation realm, any one of them was extremely powerful. With a single thought, he unleashed the invincible technique, Honorable Emperor's Sword Art, Heavenly Reversal. Chu Kuangren unleashed a sword attack, and the invincible technique's power erupted. Hall Master Ziwei was sent flying by the sword attack. Purple Star Divine Gaze. Hall Master Ziwei let out a cold roar, and a dazzling purple light radiated from his eyes. Purple Star's strongest immortal technique unleashed. Time halt. Just as the immortal technique was about to be unleashed, a burst of mysterious energy suddenly erupted from Chu Kuangren's body. It was a divine ability, a temporal divine ability. The purple light in Hall Master Ziwei's eyes froze for a moment. The next moment, Chu Kuangren appeared in front of him and unleashed the Descended Self-Sword. His sword was unleashed, and a bloody light shone. Hall Master Ziwei's clone had fallen, far away in Purple Star. Inside a palace, Hall Master Ziwei opened his eyes. Chu Kuangren, I must kill you. Chapter 879. Ancient Mystic Moon City. Chu Kuangren had killed Hall Master Ziwei's clone with a single slash of his sword. In the process, the temporal techniques that he had displayed had shocked many people. Time technique. How many trump cards does this guy have? It's too scary. Endless cultivation techniques and divine abilities. Just how does this guy cultivate? He's only 40 years old. The hearts of the Purple Star Heavenly Protectors, the Black and White Stars, and the others palpitated. After killing Hall Master Ziwei's clone, Chu Kuangren went up to the first sequence ruler, Purple Firmament, and with a single punch, he blew his opponent up. Purple Star's Sequence 1 dead. Go! Purple Star Heavenly Protector gritted his teeth and said. The combat strength that Chu Kuangren had displayed was so powerful that he could even kill a late-stage Heavenly Dao Master. Coupled with the Mystic Moon Taoist Master, Yang Xiao, and the others, the Purple Star Cultivators were utterly defeated this time. There was no way they could kill Chu Kuangren. Right now, they could only retreat. You want to leave? Too naive. Chu Kuangren locked his gaze on the Black and White Stars. In a flash, he appeared in front of the two Sky Dao Masters and unleashed his Honorable Emperor Sword Art. The Dharma idol of the Emperor was condensing. The sword shadow in the Emperor's hand slashed down majestically. Bai Xing of the black and white twin stars shouted. Immediately after, waves of starlight gathered, transforming into a resplendent river of stars. However, this attack could not block the Emperor's sword. The Milky Way shattered. Bai Xing let out a blood-curdling scream as he was torn into two by the sword shadow on the spot. Lian, the remaining black star, could not help but let out a furious roar, his eyes almost popping out of his sockets. I'll fight you to the death. Black Star glared at Chu Kuangren furiously. In his rage, he channeled his Emperor's qi to its limit, and countless mysterious Taoist patterns appeared on his body. Tao patterns circulated, and starlight gathered on his body. It was as if Black Star had transformed into an entire star as he charged towards Chu Kuangren. It was a suicidal technique. Let's die together. Meteor explosion. It was accompanied by a furious roar. As Black Star got closer to Chu Kuangren, his body began to expand. Boom! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering noise. The starry space, spanning a radius of tens of millions of li, was shaken at the same time. Large swathes of space collapsed, and countless cultivators were killed by the shockwaves. The self-detonation of a heavenly law lord was extremely powerful. Countless cultivators were waiting at the center of the explosion. That guy should already be dead. The Purple Star cultivators couldn't help feeling a little expectant. However, when the smoke and dust gradually dispersed and the energy ripples weakened, everyone looked towards the center of the energy and saw an incomparably shocking scene. Within the smoke and dust, a white-clothed figure stood in the air, like an immortal that had descended to the world. It was Chu Kuangren. However, there were no injuries on his body at all. Even the self-destruction of a lord of the heaven, Tao, can't hurt him. How is this possible? No, that's impossible. How could this guy be so powerful? Not even the heavenly law master's self-destruction could do anything to him. The Purple Star cultivators were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren, who was engulfed by the violent energy, patted his chest and said indifferently, "Self-destruct? He's just seeking his own death." The self-destruction of a Lord of the Heaven Law was indeed terrifying. Even though Chu Kuangren had the heavenly Tao weapon as a buffer, he still suffered quite a bit of impact. However, this only caused the immortal stellar physique to suffer some minor injuries, which were healed by the immortal body in the next second. Monster! One of the Tao Lords could not help but gulp. Not bad. To them, Chu Kuangren was no different from monster. What kind of sky pride, immortal seed was this? How could he possess such strength at the age of 40? He was definitely a monster. Let's run. The Purple Star cultivators panicked and began to escape. When Chu Kuangren saw that, thousands of sword qi suddenly rained down from his body in all directions. The sword qi then transformed into many clones. The sword qi clones chased after the group of Purple Star cultivators. Wherever they went, it was as if the god of death had passed through, causing countless deaths and injuries. This massacre lasted for an entire day. Less than 1/10 of the Purple Star cultivators survived, and none of them knew how they managed to escape. It was too terrifying. They could not help but shudder at the thought of Chu Kuangren's face. From that day onward, Chu Kuangren would become their nightmare. As for the cultivators who were watching the battle, they swore that they would never forget what they had seen and heard today for the rest of their lives. One person could stop an army of 1,000. A single person had utterly routed the Purple Star cultivators. One person could dominate the entire galaxy. On the battlefield, Chu Kuangren's sword qi clones dissipated one by one. His aura also gradually weakened. After the 9 dragons' heavenly transformations effect wore off, he returned to the Tao Lord late stage. However, no one dared to underestimate him. That was because this Tao Lord had single-handedly killed 4 heavenly lords right in front of them. One of them was even a late-stage heavenly lord. "Brother Chu, how are you doing?" the God Moon Tao Lord asked. "Very well," Chu Kuangren chuckled. He looked at the mystic moon ancient city with an apologetic look in his eyes. "Brother Shin Moon, I'm sorry for dragging the Mystic Moon ancient city into this. Brother Chu, you don't have to say anything. It's just a city. The God Moon Dowlord waved his hand nonchalantly and said, before the Purple Star army arrived, the cultivators in the city had either fled or hid. The only thing that was damaged was the city. We could just rebuild it. Chu Kuangren nodded. Brother Shinmoon, don't worry. I'll return you an even more magnificent Mystic Moon ancient city. He looked into the distance with a cold gaze. And to do that, I'll have to make the Purple Star bleed. Everyone could not help but feel a little fearful at his words. They remembered that Chu Kuangren had just issued a challenge to the Purple Star. Brother Chu, do you really want to go to the Purple Star? The God Moon Dowlord asked. That's right. The Purple Star has been causing me trouble time and time again. They even try to destroy my firmament star. I must settle this score with them. The Purple Star has dominated the Purple Gold Galaxy for so many years. Their resources are extraordinary, and they even have a pseudo-immortal. Brother Chu, you may be strong now, but I'm afraid you're still no match for the Purple Star. The God Moon Dowlord advised. To him, Chu Kuangren's current strength was already at the peak of the Purple Gold Galaxy. However, compared to a civilization with a rich heritage like the Purple Star, he was still lacking. Brother Shinmoon, you don't have to worry. I know this very well. I didn't say that I'll go immediately. Before that, I'll leave the Mystic Moon ancient city for a while. I'll only act when the time is right. Chu Kuangren said calmly. He knew how dangerous and difficult it was to go against an entire civilization all by himself. He would not act rashly before he was confident. Then, Chu Kuangren looked at Yang Xiao and the others. Everyone, I'll remember your help today. He cupped his fists and said, Brother Chu, you're too kind. We're only here to return a favor to the pseudo-immortal Mortal Heaven. That's right. Many years ago, Senior Mortal Heaven once forged a sword for me. I've finally returned this favor today. Now that I've returned the favor, my thoughts are clear. After I go back and go into closed-door meditation for a while, I'll definitely be able to break through my bottleneck. Everyone said one after another. Brother Chu, now that the Purple Star's matter is almost settled, it's time for us to leave. If you're free, feel free to visit the Royal Heaven Sword Sect. I'll be sure to welcome you with open arms. Yang Xiao smiled faintly. After that, he turned around and left. The others also left one after another. Chapter 880. The battle at Mystic Moon Ancient City was too exciting. That battle attracted the attention of countless forces and civilizations, and the name of poetic sword god Chu Kuangren was once again pushed to the forefront. Countless people were discussing it. Initially, no one thought that Chu Kuangren would be able to survive. After all, he was up against the Purple Star civilization. However, he had managed to survive. Not only that, but he had also caused the Purple Star sect to suffer heavy losses. Apart from the Wang family's grand ancestor and his clone, the Purple Star sect had suffered 3 casualties. The Black and White Double Stars, and Guardian Huang, who had died in Firmament Star. The Master of the Heavenly Law was the cornerstone of a civilization. How many Masters of the Heavenly Law could there be in a civilization? Even for a powerful civilization like the Purple Star, there were no more than 10 Heavenly Law Masters on the surface. But now 3 of them had died, not to mention the casualties of the other Dowlords. In fact, even a first-rank Immortal Seed had died. In addition, the most important thing for Purple Star was face. The stronger and more famous a force was, the more importance it placed on its face, just like Purple Star. This time, they could not kill Chu Kuangren. Instead, they had fallen into his hands and were used as a stepping stone for him to make a name for himself in the galaxy. Purple Star's reputation had hit rock bottom. Compared to before, it was unknown how much his prestige had dropped. That was what the higher-ups of the Purple Star sect could not tolerate. After the battle at the Mystic Moon Ancient City, the Purple Star sect issued a kill order for Chu Kuangren. A bounty as high as 10 billion spiritual essence stones. Apart from that, there were also 2 Heaven Dao weapons, an immortal art, the position of a Purple Star guest elder, and many other great rewards. It could be said that whoever killed Chu Kuangren would have a meteoric rise. As soon as this bounty was issued, the entire galaxy was shaken. Unfortunately, not many people dared to accept it. Chu Kuangren's combat strength was undeniable. Even after Purple Star had sent out several Heavenly Dao Masters, they still could not do anything to him. Instead, they were beaten to a pulp by Chu Kuangren and lost all their dignity. Who would dare to provoke someone like Chu Kuangren? The Master of the Heaven, Dao, didn't dare. Even some advanced cultivation civilizations did not dare to do so. Ancient Mystic Moon City. After the battle at the ancient city, the cultivators who left came back one after another. Although many parts of the ancient city had been damaged, there were still some places that were in good condition. Soon, it became lively again. Have you heard? The Purple Star sect has issued a kill order for Chu Kuangren. Yeah, that reward is really too generous. Even I'm extremely tempted. The assassin organizations in this galaxy should be getting restless. You're moved? Why don't you try it? What kind of joke is this? I still want to live. It's not like you guys didn't see the battle that day. That guy is simply a monster. I heard that the Black Blood Tower has taken action. Oh my God, there's really someone who dares to do that. In the ancient city of Mystic Moon, countless cultivators were still immersed in the battle not long ago. They were unable to calm down for a long time and were still discussing it. At this moment, at the end of the street, a gorgeous white robe slowly walked over. When the people on both sides of the street saw the white robe, they all retreated to the side, as if they were welcoming a king, automatically opening up a path for this person. That person was Chu Kuangren. Everyone looked at him with reverence and worship in their eyes. Chu Kuangren was not bothered by the gazes and discussions of the crowd. He went straight to the 3,000 firm. Elderly received him. Fellow Taoist Chu, how have you been? Elderly looked at Chu Kuangren with a hint of reverence in his eyes. Even Elderly did not expect Chu Kuangren to be so monstrous. His value was far beyond his imagination. How's the preparation for the thing I want? Chu Kuangren's main purpose of coming here was to obtain the ingredients for brewing the god's wine of enlightenment. It's almost ready. Elderly took out a yin and yang ring. Inside were the ingredients for brewing the god's wine of enlightenment. Chu Kuangren took it and scanned it with his emperor's thought. He then took out a yin and yang ring too. This is the rest of the payment. He had spent more than half of his spiritual marrows to purchase this batch of ingredients. However, the spiritual marrows were just worldly possessions. If he could successfully brew the god's wine of enlightenment, he would be willing to spend more. Thank you, Brother Chu. After completing the transaction, Chu Kuangren left. Master Chu, when he passed by the Wind Moon House, the Wind Moon House mistress saw him and could not help but call out in surprise. Hello, mistress. Master Chu, what's up? Do you want to have a drink or two today? Chu Kuangren rubbed his nose and smiled. I just bought a few things. I'm afraid I don't have the fortune to enjoy them. Master Chu, you really know how to joke. If you're here, we're willing to pay for it. The spiritual marrows don't matter. The Wind Moon House mistress said as she pulled Chu Kuangren into the Wind Moon House. Ladies, Master Chu is here. The Wind Moon House mistress shouted. Xiaoya and the others immediately walked out. It's Master Chu. That's great. Servants, prepare some wine for Master Chu. Xiaoya said to his servant. Chu Kuangren heard and quickly said, There's no need for that. I'm only here to listen to the music. I'll pass on the wine. The wine at the Wind Moon House was shockingly expensive. It did not matter to him in the past. Now that he had bought the ingredients for the god's wine of enlightenment, he was short of money. Ah, master, you don't have to be so formal. I've already said that all your expenses are on me. The Wind Moon House mistress rolled her eyes and said. Xiaoya and the others understood what was going on. Yes, master. Come, please have a seat. If it's Master Chu, it's not a problem even if you're a freeloader. Don't say freeloader. You can even pay for it. A woman said with a lustful look in her eyes. Quite a few people also had the same thought. Chu Kuangren was too outstanding. They knew that a man like him was out of their league, but if something could happen between them, they would be more than happy. There were also many customers in the Wind Moon House. Seeing how popular Chu Kuangren was, they felt a little jealous. It's good to be handsome. Tis TSK. Being handsome isn't the main point. The main point is that he's handsome, strong, and talented. No one can compare to him. The title of Poetic Sword Fairy is not just for show. These women in the Wind Moon House usually have their eyes on the top of their heads. But when they look at Chu Kuangren now, they can't wait to pay for it. Stop it, stop it. Compared to the Poetic Sword Fairy, I feel like I'm useless. Sigh. Comparisons are odious. After having a good time in Romance Brothel, Chu Kuangren returned to the city hall with a flask of eternal romance in hand. However, this time, he did not plan to stay. This time, he was here to say goodbye. Brother Chu, you're leaving? Tang Haidang looked at Chu Kuangren and could not help but feel a little sad. Although they had not spent much time together, Tang Haidang was sure that she had fallen in love with Chu Kuangren. Now that they had to part, she could not help but feel sad. Chu Kuangren saw Tang Haitang's sadness and smiled. The universe is vast and boundless. There are still many people and sceneries waiting for me to meet. Miss Tang, if fate allows, we will meet again in the future. Yes. Tang Haidang nodded. Brother Chu, I won't be seeing you out then. The God Moon Taoist master said. All right, see you again. Chu Kuangren no longer lingered and turned to leave. Behind him, Tang Haidang looked at him reluctantly. The Sacred Moon Taoist looked at his daughter and said, Brother Chu is destined to stand at the top. The scenery he sees is not something ordinary people can see. If you want to stand side by side with him, Haidang, you have to work hard. He was using Chu Kuangren to encourage Tang Haidang. Yes, I will. Tang Haidang nodded firmly. Chapter 881. In the Vast Universe. A battleship was sailing. On the ship, Chu Kuangren was sitting with his legs crossed. Above his head were two mysterious runic symbols that were floating and glowing. That was the Technique Validation Seal. The Technique Validation Seal was a treasure that could only be condensed when one created an immortal technique and resonated with the Taoist will of the universe. There was only one effect of this treasure, imbuing it with Tao Technique energy. In other words, after refining the Testimony Seal, Chu Kuangren would be able to increase the power of his Tao techniques in the future. Even immortal techniques would be enhanced. That was a terrifying thing. To Chu Kuangren, the Technique Validation Seal was more valuable than an immortal technique. After spending a month, I've finally fully refined this Technique Validation Seal. Now, let's test out the effects of this Technique Validation Seal. Chu Kuangren's eyes were filled with anticipation. He looked at an uninhabited planet not far away and raised his hand. A powerful immortal technique, fluctuation, spread out. Above his head, the Technique Validation Seal floated and glowed mysteriously, resonating with the immortal technique on his body. Invincible Technique, Universal Reversal. Chu Kuangren threw a punch. Like a purple torrent, his fist's strength pierced through the sky and landed on that planet, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. The planet exploded into a ball of flames. So powerful. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. Shattering a small planet was nothing to him. However, he had only used less than 10% of his strength in that attack. More importantly, he had only used one Technique Validation Seal. If he had used two Technique Validation Seals at the same time, the power of that attack could be enhanced. With this Technique Validation Seal, my strength will rise to another level. Chu Kuangren smiled in satisfaction. Then, as if he had thought of something, he licked his lips and said, Creating an immortal technique gives me a Technique Validation Seal. If I continue to create my own immortal techniques in the future, I'll be able to obtain more Technique Validation Seals. One Technique Validation Seal already has a huge enhancement effect on my Tao technique. If I have 10 or 100 of them, what will it be like? To what extent will my Tao art be amplified? If anyone knew what he was thinking, they would definitely scoff. Creating one's own immortal art was extremely difficult even for immortals. Create 10 or even 100 immortal arts. Was that even possible? Even in the eyes of immortals, it was a fantasy. Chu Kuangren knew this as well. However, he did not give up. It's fun to challenge something that others think is impossible. Chu Kuangren murmured with bright eyes. What was impossible? What was impossible? He didn't understand. Let's take it slow. At least wait until the soul of enlightenment wine is done brewing. Chu Kuangren knew that self-creating an immortal technique could not be rushed. He created these two immortal techniques with the help of the divine enlightenment wine. The divine enlightenment wine would be a great help to him in creating his own immortal technique, and the materials he bought had already been properly disposed of. However, it would still take some time to brew the enlightenment wine. Return. Chu Kuangren kept the two Taoist seals back in his body. Let's think about how to deal with Purple Star first. When he said that he wanted to destroy Purple Star, it was not a joke. He really had this idea, and he was putting into action. The first prerequisite was to increase his strength. Even though he was very powerful now and could kill an ordinary heavenly lord or even a late heavenly lord if he went all out. However, it was still a little difficult to deal with an entire civilization. Who knew how many heavenly lords or even hollow immortals were hiding in Purple Star? Although he had the immortal body, he would not be careless. If I want to increase my strength quickly, I'll have to draw some powerful reward. However, it's a matter of probability. I can't rely on it completely. To be more practical, I can only consume the stars. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up as he looked at the starry sky in front of him. An ordinary cultivator would need the support of resources if they wanted to increase their strength quickly. To Chu Kuangren, these stars were resources. They were all nutrients for his eternal star physique. In the remaining time, Chu Kuangren began to look for some stars that he could absorb to improve his immortal stellar physique. 3 months had passed. Chu Kuangren had continuously consumed dozens of uninhabited planets. His eternal star physique had become much stronger. However, there was still a long way to go before it reached its peak. Not enough. It's far from enough. The planets I've absorbed these past few days are only level 4 and level 5 planets. It's far from enough for my eternal star physique to have a breakthrough. In fact, as my eternal star physique continues to improve, these level 4 and level 5 planets are becoming less and less useful to me, Chu Kuangren murmured. He sat on the warship with a star map in his hand. He had obtained the star map from a nearby civilization. The star map showed that there was a level 7 planet a light year away from him. It was an uninhabited planet, which was also his destination. Let's draw a prize first, Chu Kuangren said. He opened the fantasy roulette. The roulette instantly changed. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a God-tier technique, heavenly engulfing divine art. A God-tier technique, heavenly engulfing divine art? Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. Withdraw. He extracted the heavenly engulfing divine art. Suddenly, all sorts of mysteries regarding this technique surged into his mind. The heavenly engulfing divine art is a heavenly engulfing technique. Chu Kuangren could not help but be shocked. A heavenly engulfing technique. Chu Kuangren had been paying attention to this technique since a long time ago. However, it was too rare, so he never had the chance to see it. He did not expect to obtain it today. The heavenly engulfing divine art was a technique that targeted the heavenly Tao. The heavenly engulfing divine art could seize the power of other heavenly Taos and merge it with the heavenly Tao of one's own star. It was a top-notch heavenly engulfing technique. However, there were 2 prerequisites for this heavenly engulfing divine art. First, the user must possess the power of the heavenly Tao. Only with the power of the heavenly Tao could this technique be used to devour other heavenly Taos. Second, this heavenly engulfing divine art could not directly seize the heavenly Taos of other stars. There must be a medium, such as a celestial lord. A celestial lord was recognized by the heavenly Tao and possessed the power of the heavenly Tao. They were connected to the heavenly Tao, so they were the best medium. In other words, Chu Kuangren could use this heavenly engulfing divine art to devour the heavenly Tao of other celestial lords and merge it with the firmament stars' heavenly Tao. Although there were 2 limitations, it did not affect the power of this heavenly engulfing divine art. Among all the heavenly engulfing divine arts, the heavenly engulfing divine art was the best. Looks like I should try it on a celestial lord in the future. Chu Kuangren chuckled. For the time being, he set his sights on the Grade 7 planet on the star map. Not long after, he arrived at the Grade 7 planet marked on the star map. However, there were many cultivators guarding the planet. Chu Kuangren was not surprised. Some uninhabited planets often contained rich resources, so it was common for some civilizations or orthodoxies to target them for resources. However, Chu Kuangren had his eyes on this planet now. He immediately entered the interior of the planet. The starlight immortal physique was activated. The entire planet began to tremble. The cultivators on the planet fell into a panic and quickly evacuated. In the universe, the Grade 7 planet continued to collapse. The cultivators did not know how this happened, but they could feel that the energy that could destroy the planet was not something they could defend against. Chapter 882. Star Devourer. A cultivator in the starry sky looked at the collapsing giant planet and could not help but swallow his saliva. Star Devourer? Hearing this name, someone revealed a puzzled look. That person also explained, Star Devourer is a terrifying existence that appeared recently. No one knows if it's a human, a demon, or a spiritual body. However, wherever this person goes, the stars will gradually collapse and disappear as if they're being devoured. It's extremely terrifying. That person's eyes were filled with fear. Originally, I didn't believe this rumor. However, this planet is starting to collapse right in front of us. This must be the doing of the Star Devourer. Hearing this, everyone could not help but gasp. Feeding on planets? What kind of terrifying existence is that? Let's leave quickly. Who knows if this Star Devourer will devour humans? If we're devoured, we'll have nowhere to cry. Yes, let's leave quickly. Let's go back and report to the clan leader and the rest. Facing such a terrifying existence, I believe the clan leader and the rest will not make things difficult for us. After saying that, everyone left. In the universe, the giant planet was still collapsing continuously. Soon after, less than 1/10 of the giant planet was left. Looking from afar, there was only a huge earthy yellow ball of light left. On its surface, there were broken mountains, rivers, and the earth. Several warships flew over from afar. Among them, a red-robed lady stood on one of the warships. Beside her were a few injured cultivators. The red-robed lady and the rest were all equipped with long swords. Although they were injured, the sword chi on their bodies was still extremely sharp. Senior sister, we can't go any further. A young man looked at Duanmu Hong and said anxiously, I heard that the Star Devourer is up ahead. If we go any further, we might be in danger. Duanmu Hong's expression was cold. Of course I know that. However, the Black Blood Hall's assassins are chasing us relentlessly. Now that we're all heavily injured, if we don't take the risk, I'm afraid none of us will survive. The white-robed young man was speechless. They looked at the warships behind them and gritted their teeth. All right, we'll listen to Senior Sister. Let's go all out. In the warship behind Duanmu Hong and the others, a group of cultivators in black robes and masks were gathered together. One of the assassins wearing a silver mask had a solemn look in his eyes. Rumor has it that the Star Devourers appear up ahead. Should we continue chasing? Everyone fell silent when they heard about the Star Devourer. Chase. A golden-masked assassin, who seemed to be the leader, said coldly, If we let these people return to the Royal Heaven Sword sect alive, our Black Blood sect will probably be in big trouble. As for that Star Devourer, it's just a rumor. If it's true, I'd like to see it for myself. For some powerful cultivators, destroying a planet wasn't a difficult task. However, this Star Devourer's methods were strange. It could actually devour a planet, which was why many cultivators were fearful of it. However, the Golden Masked Assassin believed that he had a high cultivation level and was fearless. Even if there really was a Star Devourer, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Very soon, the few warships gradually approached the Star Devourer's domain. They felt a terrifying pressure enveloping the entire starry sky. causing their battleship to lose control. Not good. The warship has become difficult to control. There seems to be a suction force. Duanmu Hong, the Golden Masked Assassin, and the others were astonished. At this moment, their warship seemed to have entered a gravitational whirlpool. It was very difficult to control the direction, and they were flying toward the center of the whirlpool. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. In the distance, a huge earthy yellow ball of light appeared. On the surface of the ball of light, there were scenes of shattered mountains and rivers, rolling lava, and other scenes. These scenes were continuously collapsing into the ball of light. That ball of light would occasionally expand and shrink. It was like a rising tide and a receding tide. Vaguely, they could hear a series of heavy breathing echoing in the starry sky. It was coming from inside the ball of light. Gulp! Someone could not help but swallow his saliva. What exactly is inside that? There's actually a star devourer. This is too terrifying. Destroying a planet isn't difficult for some powerful cultivators, such as Tao Lords, but devouring a planet? This is the first time I've seen something like this. It's really too terrifying. Everyone looked at the ball of light in astonishment. Seeing that the warship was gradually losing control, Duanmu Hong shouted loudly, "Oh no, we're about to be sucked in. Quick, get out of the warship." She immediately led the others out of the warship and hovered in the starry sky, using her Emperor Qi to resist the suction force emitted by the ball of light. The Golden Masked Assassin, Silver Masked Assassin, and the others did the same. Everyone met in the starry sky, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Kill them first, and then leave this place immediately, the Golden Masked Assassin said loudly. Even he felt a trace of fear toward the mysterious existence in the ball of light. Was it the Star Devourer? It was better not to provoke it. The group of assassins charged toward Duanmu Hong and the others. Duanmu Hong and the others naturally would not wait to be captured, and they immediately resisted. Sword light flashed, and all sorts of energy exploded in the starry sky. Boom, boom. At this moment, consecutive explosions came from nearby. Those warships were sucked to the surface of the ball of light, and then they collided with a powerful force and exploded. Dazzling sparks bloomed from the warships. When Duanmu Rong and the others saw this, their hearts could not help but tremble slightly. This wouldn't alarm the Star Devourer, right? In fact, it was indeed alarmed. Inside the ball of light, Chu Kuangren, who was devouring the star energy, felt an external impact that did not belong to the star. This affected his devouring process. It was as if he was eating and suddenly found a few grains of sand in his rice. Although it was edible, it was still unpleasant. Chu Kuangren could not help but frown. He then pushed his Emperor Qi and Universal Cauldron physique to their limits to absorb the remaining star energy. Outside the ball of light, Duanmu Hong and the others felt an even stronger suction force suddenly erupt from the ball of light. Then, the entire ball of light began to shrink rapidly. It was followed by a deafening explosion. The ball of light exploded. The majestic impact swept in all directions. Duanmu Hong, the Golden Masked Assassin, and the others bore the brunt of it and were blasted away. The Royal Heaven Sword Sect cultivators, who were already injured, were now even more injured. They stared at the center of the energy explosion. They could vaguely see a figure within it. Is that a person? Is it a person devouring the star? Everyone was extremely curious. That person slowly walked out of the center of the energy explosion. That person was dressed in a gorgeous white robe with an elegant ancient sword hanging from his waist. However, his face was shrouded in a layer of spiritual light, so no one could see his face clearly. However, that person's aura was deep and unfathomable. With just one look, one could tell that he was a peerless figure. What a deep aura. I can't even tell what's going on, the Golden Masked Assassin said solemnly. After all, he was a great Taoist master. Even if it was a Taoist master who was more powerful than him, he would still be able to see through them. However, he could not see through the person in front of him at all. Unfathomable. Chapter 883. May I know your name, sir? The golden-masked assassin cupped his fists and said. Chu Kuangren glanced at him. He knew that his name had already spread throughout the entire purple gold galaxy. Therefore, in order to not expose his identity and cause unnecessary commotion, he had purposely covered his face with a spiritual light. You guys are disturbing me, Chu Kuangren said in a slightly displeased tone. Upon hearing that, the golden-masked assassin cupped his fists and said, It's our fault for disturbing you, sir. However, the Black Blood Syndicate is in the middle of something urgent, so we hope you can forgive us. He was being polite. However, he revealed the organization behind him. The Black Blood Syndicate was a very powerful assassin organization in the Purple Gold Galaxy. Their strength was no less than some powerful orthodoxies or civilizations. Due to their ruthless style, many first-rate orthodoxies and civilizations would avoid them when they encountered them. Chu Kuangren had naturally heard of this assassin organization. He could not help but chuckle. Using the name of the Black Blood Syndicate, can I take that as a threat? As soon as he said that, a cold intent suddenly appeared, almost freezing the surrounding void. Duanmu Hong and the others could not help but shudder. This person did not look like a good person. However, they were secretly delighted. If Chu Kuangren and the golden-masked assassin fought, they would have a chance to escape. I dare not. If my words have made you unhappy, I apologize here. The golden-masked assassin quickly cupped his fists and said. Chu Kuangren snorted and turned to leave. It was not that he was afraid of the Black Blood Syndicate. It was just that he did not want to cause trouble. Thank you, sir. The golden-masked assassin sighed in relief and cupped his fists. It's over. Duanmu Hong and the others had a look of despair in their eyes. Prepare to die. Black Blood Syndicate, the Royal Heaven Sword sect will not forgive you. A young man beside Duanmu Hong said fiercely. Upon hearing that, Chu Kuangren, who was about to leave, stopped and turned to look at Duanmu Hong and the others. You guys are from the Royal Heaven Sword sect? The golden-masked assassin's heart skipped a beat as he had a bad feeling. Duanmu Hong, on the other hand, quickly said, Yes, I'm the Taoist of the Royal Heaven Sword sect, Duanmu Hong. Chu Kuangren was deep in thought. Back when the Purple Star Army attacked the Mystic Moon Ancient City, there were people from the Imperial Heaven Sword sect among those who came to return the favor to the mortal heaven void immortal. Even though he was here to return the favor to virtual immortal mortal Chen Tian, he had still helped Lin Fan out in the end. Forget it. It's nothing much anyway. Chu Kuangren turned around and looked at the gold-masked assassin and the others. He said calmly, I'll protect these people. You may leave now. The increase that this grade 7 planet gave him was greater than the dozens of planets that he had devoured in the past few months combined. Let's go. The gold-masked assassin did not dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light as he was about to leave. However, the next moment, his body abruptly stopped in midair, unable to move. A purple chain that contained the power of the small realm had tightly bound him, making it impossible for him to break free. On the other end of the chain was Chu Kuangren. With a tug of the chain, the gold-masked assassin's body flew back uncontrollably. A majestic emperor's essence surged from behind him. Before the gold-masked assassin could react, his body was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Not far away, Duanmu Hong and the others were dumbfounded. The assassins who had forced them into a corner were easily taken care of by Chu Kuangren. How powerful was his opponent? Those are the gold-masked assassins from the Black Blood Gang. They're at least in the Great Tao Master Realm, but they can't even take one hit from him. Is this the legendary Star Devourer? After Chu Kuangren had taken care of the group of assassins, he walked past Duanmu Hong and the others and was about to leave. Duanmu Hong and the others were stunned for a moment before they quickly followed him. Thank you for saving us, sir. I'm acquainted with Elder Yang Xiao from the Royal Heaven Sword sect. That's why I saved you guys. You don't have to thank me, Chu Kuangren said. My senior brother, the Triple Swordsman, has been captured by the Black Blood Gang. I hope you can help us. Duanmu Hong begged Chu Kuangren for help. I saved you guys because you guys appear before me, but that doesn't mean I'll go out of my way to save you guys. Chu Kuangren said. The triple swordsman? He had some recollection of that. However, they had only met once on the Purple Blood planet, and they were still fighting for the so-called Purple Blood illusionary immortal's inheritance. As long as you help us, the Royal Heaven Sword sect will reward you. There's nothing in the Royal Heaven Sword sect that can move me. My senior brother has an immortal tendon. Duanmu Hong gritted his teeth and said. That piqued Chu Kuangren's interest. Immortal tendon. Chapter 884. Immortal tendons? The tendons of an immortal. Chu Kuangren's interest was piqued. Anything that was related to immortals was not something simple. Tell me about it, Chu Kuangren said. Some time ago, senior brother and I were training in a secret realm in the universe, and by chance, we found an immortal tendon. However, the Black Blood Hall found out about this. In order to obtain this immortal tendon, the Black Blood Hall's young master brought people to surround us. In order to protect us, senior brother was captured by the Black Blood Hall. Chu Kuangren pondered for a while. I can help you guys, he said. An immortal tendon might be a good opportunity of fortune. Thank you, sir. Duanmu Hong was delighted. After that, she asked the rest of the Royal Heaven Sword sect disciples to report back to the sect, while she brought Chu Kuangren to the Black Blood Gang. Why didn't you wait for the Royal Heaven Sword sect's experts to rescue you? Chu Kuangren asked on the way to the Black Blood Gang. The Black Blood Gang has many strongholds in the Purple Gold Galaxy. If we wait for the elders to rescue us, senior brother and the Black Blood Gang's young master would have already moved. So we must finish this quickly. Duanmu Hong said, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Moreover, for an assassin organization like the Black Blood Tower, no one knew how many hideouts the Black Blood Tower had. Inside a star, the Black Blood Gang. A white-robed young man was sitting with his legs crossed. On his right arm, there was a crystal white light that vaguely revealed mysterious Taoist markings. Not long after, the white-robed young man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with joy as he clenched his fists. Such powerful strength. I feel like I can easily kill a Tao Lord with this punch. Is this the power of an immortal tendon? The white-robed young man was the young master of the Black Blood Gang. He was also an immortal seed. However, he was not well known and had always been in hiding. Now that he had refined an immortal tendon into his body, his strength had skyrocketed. He was even confident that he could face the Purple Star and Golden Star Sequence Masters. The most powerful immortal seed in the Purple Gold Galaxy now should be the poetic sword god, Chu Kuangren. I don't think I'm that much weaker than him now. After all, he had merged with an immortal tendon. This was a huge opportunity that even the first rank did not have. Buzz. At this moment, the jade slip at his waist vibrated. A message was sent over. The assassins that were sent to kill Duanmu Hong and the others were all dead? Duanmu Hong and the others actually have such strength? In his opinion, since Duanmu Hong and the others were injured, they should not be able to escape the pursuit of the assassins he sent out. A bunch of trash. The white-clad young man snorted coldly. Then, he revealed a thoughtful expression. Duanmu Hong and the others have escaped. The powerhouses of the Royal Heaven Sword sect will probably arrive here soon. Looks like I have to move as soon as possible, the white-robed youth said. He got up and was about to leave this planet. However, in the next instant, a domineering pressure that blotted out the heavens and covered the earth suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire star, causing one's heart to palpitate. This pressure is so strong. Who is it? The white-clothed young man hurriedly got up and walked out of the house. What entered his eyes were rows upon rows of black skyscrapers that rose and fell one after another. This was the Black Blood Brothel. There were many assassins hidden in the skyscrapers. At this moment, they sensed the powerful aura and rushed out. What a powerful aura. Who is it? This is at least a great Tao Lord. In fact, it is far stronger than ordinary great Tao Lords. Why would such an expert come to our Black Blood Brothel to pick a fight? Could it be for Sword Sanju? I didn't expect him to come so soon. The assassins looked at the warship sailing over in the sky with unprecedented seriousness in their eyes. In their opinion, it was very likely that the powerhouses of the Royal Heaven Sword sect had come to rescue Sword Sanju. How many powerhouses would there be? 10? 100? Although the Royal Heaven Sword sect did not have as many people as the civilizations, they could still bring out dozens of Dao Lords. On the warship, two figures slowly descended. They were a man and a woman. The assassins recognized the woman. She was Duanmu Hong. However, the man was dressed in a white robe and had a gorgeous ancient sword hanging from his waist. His face was covered by a spiritual light, and his face could not be seen clearly. However, his aura was so deep that it was impossible to ignore. Wait a minute. Only two people? The assassins could not help but be shocked. They thought the Royal Heaven Sword sect would send many people, but they did not expect it to only be two. Although the Black Blood brothel on this star was only a branch, there were still tens of thousands of assassins. Moreover, the assassins of the Black Blood brothel were carefully selected. Among these tens of thousands of people, half of them were emperors, and there were 20 to 30 Dao Lords. There were even a few great Dao Lords among them. The Royal Heaven Sword sect only sent two people? Isn't that a bit too much? The young man in white said coldly. In the sky, Chu Kuangren and Duanmu Hong slowly descended under the watchful eyes of the assassins. The moment they landed, a majestic aura swept out in all directions. The entire planet was shaking because of it. The ground cracked, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the wind and clouds surged. One by one, the buildings of the Black Blood brothel collapsed. It was like a natural disaster. Chu Kuangren stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the assassins before him. He said indifferently, "Hand over the sword Sanju, and I'll grant you a quick death." Upon hearing that, the assassins' eyes flashed with murderous intent. There were people who lived on the edge of a knife, so death was a common occurrence to them. Threats were hardly effective against them. However, they were extremely displeased to be threatened by a single person despite having so many assassins. You may be strong, but you're only one person. Open your eyes wide and take a look. We have tens of thousands of assassins here. One of the assassins said coldly. He automatically omitted Duanmu Hong's name. To them, Duanmu Hong was not a threat at all. Duanmu Hong's lips twitched, but she did not refute. In fact, she was indeed very insignificant in front of these tens of thousands of assassins. Now, she could only rely on Chu Kuangren. Tens of thousands of assassins? To me, you're nothing but grass in front of me. All I have to do is set a fire, and you'll all be gone. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Arrogant. One of the assassins snorted. A sword appeared in his hand, and in a flash, he turned into a stream of light and charged towards Chu Kuangren. That person was wearing a golden mask. The golden mask was the second highest rank of assassins in the Black Blood brothel. Normally, only Dao Lords could hold this position. As for the highest rank of assassins, it was the purple mask. However, there were only 4 of them in the entire Black Blood brothel. Therefore, the golden mask assassin was already the top assassin in the Black Blood brothel. Ignorant. Chu Kuangren gently raised his hand and slowly grabbed towards the void, accurately grabbing the head of the assassin that was flying towards him. It was as if the assassin was willing to let himself be caught. Chu Kuangren slightly tightened his fingers. Boom! The assassin's head exploded on the spot, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. It twitched a few times on the ground before it stopped moving completely. Attack together! He's only one person. The assassins charged towards Chu Kuangren from all directions. Chapter 885. Inside the Black Blood Inn, countless assassins swarmed towards Chu Kuangren. Sword chi, saber rays, palm energies, and other techniques were unleashed. These were all killer techniques that the assassins had cultivated to kill. Beside Chu Kuangren, Duanmu Hong could not help but tremble. In the face of such an attack, she only had one thought. That was terrifying. She could not help but take 2 steps closer to Chu Kuangren, as if she wanted to gain some sense of security from this man beside her. Alone, People always have this illusion that more is better than less, and the bigger is stronger than the smaller. Heh, people are ignorant, and so are you. Chu Kuangren opened his palm. There was a golden red fire lotus swaying in his palm. The petals of the fire lotus unfurled. It was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Duanmu Hong could not help but be mesmerized by it. However, in the next instant, the peerlessly beautiful fire lotus exploded with a bang. The unimaginably powerful waves of fire instantly gushed out in all directions, crashing head-on into the group of assassins, followed by a series of explosions. Many assassins were burned to ashes on the spot. With Chu Kuangren at the center, the fire waves swept out wave after wave. Wherever they went, the void distorted, and everything was burned to ashes. Even emperors and heavenly venerables could not withstand its power. The entire black blood and was turned into ashes under that one move. 99% of the tens of thousands of assassins were burned to ashes. The rest were mostly Downlord golden-masked assassins. They looked at Chu Kuangren in horror. One move. Just one move. More than half of their tens of thousands of assassins were killed with just one move. What kind of strength was that? I've said it before, killing you guys is just a matter of setting fire. Chu Kuangren looked at the crowd and said, "Who the hell are you?" One of the golden-masked assassins could not help but ask. That's not important. Chu Kuangren opened his palm, and the golden-red fire lotus swayed in his palm. The assassins' expressions changed when they saw the fire lotus, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. That fire lotus was too terrifying. One of the higher-ranked golden-masked assassins stared at Chu Kuangren with shock in his eyes. White robe, phoenix flames, and that white jade sword at your waist. You're the poetic sword fairy. Everyone gasped when they heard the words poetic sword god. Poetic sword god, Chu Kuangren. It could be said that there was no one in the purple gold galaxy who did not know of this name. It was simply too famous. In the Battle of Mystic Moon Ancient City, the other party was directly conferred the title of god. Poetic sword god Chu Kuangren. It's him. Oh my god. The assassins were extremely shocked. Who would have thought that the poetic sword god, Chu Kuangren, would be here in person? Meanwhile, Duanmu Hong, who was beside Chu Kuangren, was also dumbfounded. He did not expect that the person who helped him would be Chu Kuangren. Then, her eyes were filled with fanatical worship. Naturally, she knew who Chu Kuangren was. He didn't just know. Furthermore, after he found out about the other party, he viewed him as his idol and dreamed of meeting him one day. Now, she had a feeling that her dream had come true. I have no regrets in this life. Duanmu Hong even felt that her life was complete. Oh, I've been recognized. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly and dispersed the spiritual light on his face. A handsome face appeared clearly in front of everyone. Beside him, Duanmu Hong's eyes lit up. It's really him. Everyone's eyes narrowed. You guys seem to know a lot about me. The Black Blood Gang is an assassin organization, and Purple Star has issued a bounty on me. Why, are you guys interested too? Chu Kuangren said with a playful smile. Upon hearing his words, everyone's eyes flashed. Indeed, the Black Blood Gang was indeed interested in Purple Star's bounty. Everything else aside, just the 10 billion spiritual pith alone was enough to tempt countless assassins. However, they did not expect that Chu Kuangren would come knocking on their door before they could do anything. Poetic sword god, Chu Kuangren, very well. Let me have a taste of your strength. An arrogant voice suddenly rang out. A white-robed young man walked out with Emperor's Qi and intertwined Taoist patterns. Especially on his right hand, the Taoist patterns were even more dazzling. A huge domineering aura spread, shocking the assassins. It's the young master. Wait a minute, the young master's aura has become much stronger. Did he refine the immortal tendon? That must be it. Otherwise, the young master's strength wouldn't have skyrocketed so much. This is great. The young master's combat strength has greatly increased after merging with the immortal tendon. Perhaps he can really defeat Chu Kuangren now. The assassins were overjoyed. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren looked at the white-robed young man. The spirit of omniscience, Shao AI, had already activated to analyze his opponent's information, especially his right hand. It made him take a few more glances. The immortal tendon that he was looking for was inside that arm. Chu Kuangren, I've just refined this immortal tendon. Today, I'll use you to test its power, the white-robed young man said coldly. He made the first move. As he raised his right hand, the majestic emperor's chi that was enhanced by the immortal tendon became even more terrifying, and there was a faint celestial glow emanating from it. With a punch, a terrifying fist force poured out like a torrential river. The power of that punch was comparable to a peak great Taoist lord. Chu Kuangren also threw a punch at him. The power of the star immortal body erupted. With a loud bang, the young man in white's majestic fist energy was shattered by his punch. Not only that, but the fist energy rolled back and forcefully sent the young man in white flying hundreds of feet away. How is this possible? The white-robed young man found it hard to believe. Why? He had clearly fused with the immortal tendons, and his combat strength had greatly increased. Even if he were to face a sequence one, he should still be able to put up a fight. However, why could it not block a single punch from Chu Kuangren? The gap between them was too great. Truly too weak. This immortal tendon is wasted in your hands. Chu Kuangren shook his head. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the white-robed young man. The other party roared furiously and threw out another punch. Monarch Chi burst forth, and immortal radiance blossomed. However, this punch was caught by the other party's palm. Shadow Saber. The white jade young man could not break free from Chu Kuangren's grasp. Suddenly, a long black saber appeared in his left hand, and he swung it at Chu Kuangren. Black light flowed on the edge of the blade, giving off a deathly stillness. However, Chu Kuangren slowly raised two fingers. The saber was caught by him. How is this possible? The white-robed young man was even more shocked. That saber was a great Taoist weapon. After Chu Kuangren caught the saber, he flicked his wrist, and a surge of energy blasted the white-robed young man's saber hand away. Then he flicked his finger on the long saber. The long saber spun in the air before it chopped off the white-robed young man's right arm. The white-robed young man let out a scream and was forced to retreat. Opposite him, Chu Kuangren grabbed his broken arm and used his emperor's chi to shatter it. Amidst the blood mist, a 1-meter-long, crystal-clear immortal tendon that was emanating rays of immortal radiance appeared. This immortal tendon is not bad. Chu Kuangren grabbed the immortal tendon and examined it for a while before he smiled. He then tossed it into his yin and yang ring. Following that, a fiery light circulated on his fingertips. The phoenix fire roared and instantly charged towards the white-robed young man, burning him into ashes. Without the immortal tendon, the white-robed young man did not even have the chance to attack Chu Kuangren. The gap between them was too great. Chapter 886. Young master is dead. Let's go. The rest of the assassins immediately abandoned their base and fled into the distance. However, just as they were about to leave, an invisible force field suddenly enveloped the entire area. It was Chu Kuangren's mini-realm. Seeing that, the others also wanted to summon their own mini-realms to fight back. However, they were too weak. Compared to Chu Kuangren's mini-realm, their mini-realms were not even worth mentioning. They were instantly crushed to the ground by Chu Kuangren. Following that, Chu Kuangren unleashed his single-thought technique. Thousands of swords condensed in the void. Like rain, the assassins were easily killed one by one. Soon, none of the Black Blood Gang's assassins survived. Beside them, Duanmu Hong was dumbfounded. She was speechless. As expected of the poetic sword fairy, such a technique is unbelievably powerful. It's amazing. Chu Kuangren walked towards a tower in the distance. Duanmu Hong quickly followed. The third sword jadeite is in the dungeon below that tower. Go and rescue him. I'll go there to look for something, Chu Kuangren said. Duanmu Hong nodded. All right. As the top assassin organization in the Purple Gold Galaxy, the Black Blood Gang still had a lot of treasures in their branch. After Chu Kuangren looted the place, he He had obtained a lot of good stuff. Just the spiritual marrow alone was a few billion kilograms. Chu Kuangren, who was originally short on resources, was suddenly filled with confidence. Not long after, he arrived at a secret room. This secret room was protected by a large number of seals and formations. However, these are not a problem for him, as he could easily break through them. After entering the secret room, Chu Kuangren saw a jade scroll hanging on the wall. Beside the jade scroll was a name. Each name represented an assassination target. Chu Kuangren saw his own name there. Heh, so they're really planning to kill me. Chu Kuangren raised his hand and picked up the jade scroll with his name. With a single thought, a large amount of information suddenly surged into his mind. It included Chu Kuangren's age, cultivation level, cultivation techniques, and the civilization he was born in. It was very detailed. There were even 4 scarlet words at the back. Extremely dangerous. You know I'm in danger, yet you still want to kill me. Black Blood Gang, looks like you guys are tired of living. Chu Kuangren clenched his fist, and the jade scroll instantly turned into ashes. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he looked at the jade scrolls on the wall and discovered that there were quite a few names on them that he was actually somewhat familiar with. Yang Xiao, Divine Moon Dao Lord, and Tian, Lion Ridge Dao Lord. Chu Kuangren's gaze turned colder and colder. He was not familiar with these people, but they all had one thing in common. They had come to protect him during the battle in Mystic Moon Ancient City. The Black Blood Tower actually intended to attack the person who was protecting him. Who was behind this? After searching for a while, he finally found the mastermind behind this. As expected, Purple Star. Chu Kuangren sneered. Not only did Purple Star plan to kill him, but they also wanted to kill the cultivators who had protected him back then. If that's the case, then the Black Blood Gang can't be allowed to live any longer. Chu Kuangren relayed the information he had obtained here to the Mystic Moon Taoist master. Let him warn the others to be careful. He also told the other party that he would deal with the Black Blood Tower. For a time, masters from all over the world received the news and were extremely angry about Purple Star's actions. F***CK, this daddy is going to return a favor, and Purple Star wants to kill this daddy? As expected of Purple Star, right? How domineering. Black Blood Tower. Bastards, no wonder I keep feeling like someone's watching me. So they're behind this. Initially, I didn't plan to intervene after returning the favor, but I didn't expect Purple Star to be so persistent. Very well, since you guys want to play, then I'll play with you till the end. It's all thanks to Brother Chu's information. The masters from all over the world were extremely furious. At the same time, a fuse was buried in their hearts, a fuse to rebel against Purple Star. All they had to do was wait for an opportunity to ignite this fuse. Many people knew that. That opportunity was with Chu Kuangren. Black Blood Tower's branch. Chu Kuangren had looted almost everything here. Duan Muhong had also rescued Sanju Swordsman. The Immortal Seed, who was originally in high spirits, had many injuries on his body. His aura was weak, and it was obvious that he had suffered a lot. Fortunately, since Duan Muhong and the others had escaped, the Black Blood Tower did not dare to kill Sanju Swordsman before everyone was killed. If the Royal Heaven Sword sect attacked in the future, he could still be used as a bargaining chip. It was because of this that Sanju Swordsman managed to survive. Brother Chu, thank you very much. Sanju Swordsman looked at Chu Kuangren with a complicated gaze. Back on the Purple Blood Planet, he had said that he would one day challenge Chu Kuangren again. Now it seemed like he was not qualified to be Chu Kuangren's opponent. You're welcome. Chu Kuangren activated his Emperor's Qi and cast the Spring Breeze healing technique to heal Sanju Swordsman's injuries. This support-type cultivation technique was very useful and had helped Chu Kuangren a lot. However, it was only an Emperor technique after all, so it was not enough to heal a Daylord's injuries. However, Chu Kuangren was a top-notch healer. After a simple treatment, Sanju Swordsman's injuries were almost healed. All right, now that I've rescued him, I'll be taking this immortal tendon with me. Goodbye, Chu Kuangren said and left. Sanju Swordsman and Duan Muhong did not say anything. If it were not for Chu Kuangren, they would not even be alive, let alone an immortal tendon. In the universe, on a battleship, Chu Kuangren played with the immortal tendon in his hand. This immortal tendon did not reek of blood at all. On the contrary, it had a strange fragrance. The immortal radiance on it was very mystical. The young master of the Black Blood Tower simply refined it and did not unleash the full power of the immortal tendon. Otherwise, his combat strength would have increased by another level. He would probably be on par with the first sequence. Items related to immortals are indeed extraordinary. Chu Kuangren was amazed. Although this immortal tendon had many mysterious uses, Chu Kuangren did not plan to refine it and integrate it into his body. His meridians were still intact, and his immortal stellar physique cultivation had made his physical body unusually strong. There was no need for him to forcefully integrate an immortal tendon that did not belong to him. When he became an immortal in the future, he could have as many immortal tendons as he wanted. This was not a joke. With the immortal body, it was possible. When that time came, he could pluck one and grow another. Would that not mean he had unlimited immortal tendons? Although this immortal tendon won't integrate with me, it's still a treasure. I can't waste it. What should I use it for? Chu Kuangren thought to himself. After thinking for a while, he could not think of anything at the moment, so he no longer cared about it. His priority now was to eradicate the Black Blood Gang. His looting at the Black Blood Gang's branch had allowed him to locate the headquarters of the Black Blood Gang. His destination this time was the star where the headquarters of the Black Blood Gang was located, the Sirius Star. Black Blood Gang, are you guys ready to face my wrath? Chu Kuangren murmured as he looked into the distant starry sky. A cold light flashed across his eyes. Chapter 887. The Sirius Star. This was a high-level cultivation civilization in the Purple Gold Galaxy. However, unlike the Purple Star and Venus, the Sirius Star did not have an absolute leading force on the surface. In this civilization, it was ruled by a group of warlords. Today, outside the Sirius Star domain, a figure arrived. It was Chu Kuangren. His emperor's thoughts surged and enveloped the entire Sirius Star. It was a grade 8 planet, which was even bigger than a firmament star. However, his emperor's thought could still envelop it completely. It was repelled by the heavenly Tao. He also channeled his heavenly Tao energy to resist the heavenly Tao. Invisibly, the heavenly Taos of the two living planets collided. The Sirius Star. Somewhere, a man in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. There's something wrong with the heavenly Tao. It's the influence of another heavenly Tao. He pondered for a while. Then he took out a jade token. Have someone pay attention to the Sirius Star and see if there are any strong cultivators from other domains. After the message was passed down, someone quickly went to execute it. A cold look appeared in the black-robed man's eyes. I don't care who you are or which civilization you're from, but I hope you don't cause trouble on the Sirius Star. Otherwise, the Black Blood Gang will not let you off so easily. This person was the master of the Black Blood Gang. In outer space, after Chu Kuangren understood the situation on the Sirius Star, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Sirius Star. He arrived just in time. The Sirius Star was currently in a very chaotic stage. The two most powerful forces on the Sirius Star, the Black Blood Gang and the Cultivator Leaf family, were fighting each other for the leadership of the Sirius Star. The battle was very intense. However, the Leaf family was at an absolute disadvantage. The Leaf family's lord was killed by the master of the Black Blood Gang not long ago, and the Leaf family fell into a situation without a leader. After a huge battle, more than half of the strong cultivators of the Leaf family were killed. Tens of thousands of disciples of the Leaf family were either injured, dead, or escaped. Most of the disciples of the Leaf family were now being hunted by the assassins of the Black Blood Gang. To everyone, there was no turning back. The Sirius Star. In a city, a figure flew across the street, followed by a few Black Blood Gang assassins in silver masks. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly backed away. It's the assassins of the Li clan and the Black Blood Tower. That person is the second miss of the Lee clan. She used to be the pampered daughter of the Lee clan, but now she has become the target of assassination. Go away. Don't get involved. Li Xuan was holding a red longbow in her hand as she evaded the pursuit of the Black Blood Tower. She couldn't help but feel somewhat sorrowful. To think that she, the daughter of a generation, was originally high and mighty. However, in just a few short days, the Li family had been destroyed, and she had become a stray dog. It's all because of these damned assassins of the Black Blood Tower. Li Xuan's eyes were filled with hatred. She flipped the longbow in her hand and pulled the bowstring. Imperial aura surged out, turning into a blood arrow that shot through the air with a whoosh. The blood arrow hit an assassin from the Black Blood Tower, causing him to explode into a bloody mist on the spot. The terrifying impact caused the other assassins to tumble and instantly widen the distance between them and Li Xuan. There was a flash of delight in Li Xuan's eyes, but she did not continue fighting. She knew that staying alive was the most important thing right now. Her figure flashed, and she flew into the distance. However, all of a sudden, a terrifying palm chi struck from the sky. Li Xuan's expression changed. There was no time for her to use her archery skills. She raised her hand and struck out with her palm, colliding with the palm chi. With a bang, the huge force caused her to fly backward. This force is the Great Tao Lord. Li Xuan looked into the distance and saw two assassins wearing golden masks blocking her way. Her eyes instantly revealed a hint of despair. One golden-masked assassin was enough to deal with her, not to mention two of them. Li Xuan, I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the Li family's 4 symbols sun shooting archery technique, and I'll spare your life. One of the golden-masked assassins sneered. You want my Li family's immortal technique? No way. Li Xuan gritted her teeth. She took a deep breath and revealed a hint of determination in her eyes. Even if she was to die, as the daughter of the Li family, she had to die with a bang. She suddenly pulled the longbow in her hand. Imperial aura circulated and turned into a blood-colored arrow, locking onto one of the golden-masked assassins. Go! Li Xuan released her fingers. It was a loud bang. The arrow pierced through the air and turned into a giant white tiger. The white tiger roared thunderously, and its terrifying, murderous aura caused the golden-masked assassin's eyes to narrow. White tiger arrow. Is this the Li family's immortal technique? The two golden-masked assassins joined forces and unleashed the power of the Great Tao Lord, forcefully shattering the white tiger arrow. Meanwhile, Li Xuan was sent flying backward while vomiting blood. It's a pity that you're just a little Tao Lord. If your cultivation base is higher, you might be able to injure us with this move. The golden-masked assassin said coldly with a hoarse voice. He then raised his hand and threw a punch at Li Xuan. The fist force soared into the sky. That was the power of the Great Tao Lord. Li Xuan took out a talisman and threw it. The talisman turned into a barrier and blocked the attack. Following that, she let out a low grunt and pulled the bowstring again. This time, apart from her imperial aura, a large amount of life essence leaked out and integrated into the arrow that she condensed. This is the Li family's forbidden technique, Blood Vitality Arrow. The golden-masked assassin could not help but exclaim. From this arrow, they actually felt threatened. Quick, don't let her shoot. Stop her. As her life essence continued to leak out, Li Xuan's hair gradually turned gray. However, her eyes were bright as she stared straight at the golden-masked assassin. Hit! The arrow pierced through the sky again. The giant white tiger appeared again, but the power this time was much stronger than the previous arrow. A golden-masked assassin wanted to resist, but it was difficult to do so. He was blasted into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. This scene made some of the surrounding cultivators click their tongues in wonder. So powerful, as expected of the Li family's forbidden technique. The Li family's shooting sun 4 elephants arrow is known as the #1 offensive technique on Sirius. Coupled with the Li family's forbidden technique, the power that erupted is indeed extraordinary. It can even kill a great Dao Lord. It's a pity that Li Xuyin used the forbidden technique and consumed most of her life essence. I guess she can't shoot another arrow. The daughter of the Li family is going to die. Everyone was discussing. However, no one dared to stop the assassin from the Black Blood cult. In the current Sirius planet, the Black Blood cult was the heavens. No one dared to go against the heavens. Be Astra's star, go to hell. Seeing that his companion was killed and that he was afraid of the Li family's archery technique, the remaining golden-masked assassin was shocked and furious. He pushed his Emperor Qi to the extreme and turned it into a huge golden hand that blasted towards Li Xuyin. Father, brother, I can't avenge you anymore. Li Xuyin closed her eyes in despair. She had used all her strength and could no longer resist. However, after a while, the pain that she imagined did not come. She opened her eyes and saw a figure in white. The figure was slender, thin, and not very muscular. However, it gave Li Xuyin an indescribable feeling of greatness. Who was this person? Chapter 888. Just as Li Xuyin was about to die, a white-robed figure suddenly appeared. The newcomer stood in front of her with his back facing her. His slender figure had an indescribable majestic aura that gave her a sense of security. The golden-masked assassin's attack was blocked 3 meters away from the white-robed figure. It was as if he had encountered an invisible barrier and could not advance an inch. The next moment, the giant golden hand suddenly shattered and disappeared. Who are you? The golden-masked assassin looked at the white-robed young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him with a horrified look in his eyes. His all-out attack had actually been so easily blocked by someone. His opponent's strength was unfathomable. Who am I? The one who destroyed the Black Blood gang. Chu Kuangren said calmly. Then his mind power instantly whistled out and locked onto all the Black Blood gang assassins at the scene. How strong was his soul energy now? The peak 5th transformation of the 9 transformations ternary refinement technique alone was comparable to a peak Great Taoist Lord, let alone 3 of them. His mind power was enough to easily kill all the Great Taoist Lords. He did not even need to use his mind. Boom, boom, boom. Clouds of blood mist exploded in the void. The assassins did not even have time to react before they died. The surrounding cultivators could not help but shudder. What did he kill these people? What did he say just now? Killing the Black Blood gang? Is he trying to go against the Black Blood gang? Is this guy crazy? The crowd could not help but move away from Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren ignored the crowd and turned to look at Li Xuyin. He cast the spring breeze healing technique to heal some of her injuries. Miss Li, how about we make a deal? Chu Kuangren did not beat around the bush and said directly, a deal? Li Xuyin regained her senses and was a little confused. Yes. Who are you? Although he had saved her, it seemed like he had an ulterior motive. A hint of wariness appeared in her eyes. Chu Kuangren could see her wariness, but he did not care. He removed the spiritual glow from his face and said, Chu Kuangren. The surrounding cultivators gasped when they heard that name. Poetic sword god Chu Kuangren. Why is he here? Li Xuyin could not help but be stunned when she heard that name. Poetic sword god, such a person. What deal? It's too noisy here. Let's talk somewhere else, Chu Kuangren said calmly before he walked toward the luxurious restaurant not far away. Li Xuyin followed suit. She had a feeling. Perhaps Chu Kuangren was the key to turning the Li family around. In the crowd, a man in gray robes stared at Chu Kuangren and Li Xuyin's back with a strange look in his eyes. Chu Kuangren has appeared on the Sirius Star, and it seems like he's only targeting the Black Blood gang. He's not here with good intentions, so we must inform the leader. He was also an assassin of the Black Blood Tower. Soon, news of Chu Kuangren's arrival on the Sirius Star spread like wildfire. Many assassins from the Black Blood gang rushed over, including quite a number of gold-masked assassins. After all, Chu Kuangren was also on the Black Blood gang's assassination list, and he was the one with the highest bounty. Killers kill for the sake of profit. There weren't many assassins who wouldn't be tempted by such a huge profit. Inside the restaurant, Chu Kuangren ignored the stares from the people around him and ordered a table full of delicacies and wine. Li Shuiying could not help but gulp when she saw the table full of delicacies and wine. It had been a long time since she had a good meal. As you wish, Chu Kuangren said calmly. That won't hold back. Li Shuiying immediately picked up her chopsticks. Although she had not enjoyed any delicacies for a long time, she did not show any signs of wolfing down her food. Although she ate very quickly, she still maintained the demeanor of a socialite. She was not afraid that Chu Kuangren would poison her. If the poetic sword god wanted to harm her, would he need to resort to tricks like poison? Chu Kuangren drank his wine and was not in a hurry to speak. After a while, when Li Shuiying was almost done eating, she took the initiative to ask, "Why is the poetic sword god here?" "To deal with the Black Blood Gang," Chu Kuangren said directly. "Do you have a grudge against the Black Blood Gang?" "Not really. They wanted to kill me for the bounty of the Purple Star, so I wanted to destroy them. In my eyes, this is not a grudge," Chu Kuangren said calmly. Hatred was something that was etched in one's heart. The Black Blood Gang alone was not enough for him to remember. The diners in the restaurant nearby listened and could not help but be amazed. That was the Black Blood Gang, the strongest force on the Sirius Star, and even the entire Purple Gold Galaxy. Yet Chu Kuangren destroyed them, just like that? This tone, this boldness, there was no one else who could match him. "Then what do you mean by the deal you mentioned just now?" Li Shuiying asked again. "I more or less understood the situation on the Sirius Star. I have a common goal with the Li family. I'll help you destroy the Black Blood Gang, but I want the Li family's immortal techniques and forbidden techniques. Besides that, the Firmament Star may establish diplomatic relations with the Sirius Star in the future, so I want the Li family to facilitate things for the Firmament Star," Chu Kuangren said calmly. That was the reason why he saved Li Shuiying. He had seen the power of the Li family's immortal techniques and forbidden techniques just now, and that piqued his interest. He did not mind learning one more immortal technique. "I'm afraid I can't make that decision. It doesn't matter. As long as you agree, I can help you become the Li family's head. When that time comes, you can make the decision," Chu Kuangren said casually. The corner of Li Shuiying's mouth twitched. She finally understood that this was an unfair deal. Chu Kuangren had full control over this deal, and the Li family had no right to negotiate with him. "Dear customer, your wine." At that moment, a waiter came up with a pot of wine. "I didn't ask for wine. My shopkeeper admires the poetic sword fairy very much. This pot of wine is a gift from my shopkeeper." The waiter smiled flatteringly. "Oh, please thank your shopkeeper for me then." Chu Kuangren grinned. He raised the pot of wine, poured himself a cup, and downed it in one gulp. He continued to say to Li Shuiying, "Actually, rather than calling this a deal, it's more like I'm giving the Li family an opportunity. Seize it, and the Li family will rise from the ashes. If you refuse, I won't lose anything. On the contrary, the Li family will cease to exist." He drank as he spoke. Li Shuiying wanted to pour herself a cup or two too, but he slapped her hand away. Petty Li Shuiying pouted. "All right, I agree." She nodded. Just like what Chu Kuangren said, the Li family had no other choice. "Very well. To show my sincerity, I promise you that within a month, the Black Blood Gang will be erased from the Sirius Star." Chu Kuangren downed the last cup of wine in the pot. As soon as he finished speaking, with a flick of his sleeves, majestic Emperor's chi gushed out like raging waves crashing onto the surrounding void. One after another, figures were blasted out of the void. Some of them could not withstand the powerful Emperor's chi, and their bodies exploded one after another. The customers in the tavern were shocked, and they quickly fled the place. When did this happen? Li Shuiying's expression changed slightly as she looked at the figures that were blasted out of the void. They were all assassins from the Black Blood Gang. Poetic Sword Fairy Chu Kuangren, today is the day you die, a golden-masked assassin said coldly. "You're wrong. Today is not the day I die, but the first day of the Black Blood Gang's downfall," Chu Kuangren said. Chapter 889. Inside the inn, a large group of Black Blood Gang assassins arrived. Chu Kuangren remained calm as he looked at the assassins in front of him like they were nothing. With a lift of his arm, Emperor's chi gushed out and blasted the assassins into a mist of blood. Soon, the entire inn was shrouded in the stench of blood. Suddenly, Chu Kuangren stopped. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a hunchbacked old man with a purple mask hanging on his waist. Purple-masked assassins. Li Xuyin could not help but exclaim. In the Black Blood Gang, the golden-masked assassins were already the top assassins, and above them were the 4 purple-masked assassins. All 4 of them were the Sky Dao Masters. They were the strongest trump cards other than the Black Blood Gang's leader. Hee, Chu Kuangren, do you feel a tightness in your chest, and that the Emperor's chi isn't circulating smoothly? Haha, don't worry. In a little while, your meridians, bones, and flesh will feel like they're being bitten by thousands of insects. In the end, your body will be riddled with holes and rot into a hornet's nest. The purple-masked old man chuckled. Li Xuyin felt a chill down her spine. He's the path of Absolute Poison Master, one of the 4 purple-masked assassins. He specializes in killing with poison and once destroyed a living star with it. Chu Kuangren, how are you feeling? She was in despair. It was not easy for her to find a helper. Was he going to die just like that? However, compared to the flustered Li Xuyin, Chu Kuangren was calm. He said, do you think your poison can kill me? Ha, you're still so stubborn even in the face of death. When did you poison me? Li Xuyin asked unwillingly. Of course I did it. A man dressed like a waiter walked out. He was the waiter who served Chu Kuangren the wine just now. He was also an assassin from the Black Blood Gang. It was that wine. Li Xuyin regained her senses and her expression changed. Something was not right. She wanted to drink it just now. However, Chu Kuangren stopped her. Could it be? Li Xuyin thought of something and looked at Chu Kuangren. All she saw was him chuckling and unleashing a palm attack. A burst of alcohol gushed out and landed on the assassins. The waiter was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He screamed and fell to the ground. His body quickly rotted and turned into a pile of rotten meat. You're not poisoned. Absolute Poison Sect Master's face darkened. Your poison is too low end. It's not good enough, Chu Kuangren said calmly. He had the Starlight Immortal physique, which made him extremely resistant to poison. On top of that, he also had a supreme Taoist physique related to poison, the Pestilence Evil physique. Poison him? It was child's play. If he wanted to, he could become a poison grandmaster at any time. Ultimate Poison Hand. The path of Absolute Poison Taoist raised his arm and charged towards Chu Kuangren. He unleashed a palm attack that blended dark purple poison chi with the Emperor's chi. Upon seeing that, Chu Kuangren did not dodge or retreat. Instead, he took the attack head-on. Seeing that, the path of Absolute Poison's face lit up. Fool, there is no one in this world who can survive my poisonous palm strike, not even the Heaven Law Master. Then your world is really small, Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Chu Kuangren then activated his Pestilence Evil physique and absorbed all the poison chi from the path of Absolute Poison Taoist body into his body. It then merged with the Pestilence Evil physique's unique poison chi and turned into an even more terrifying poison chi. Chu Kuangren reached out his hand, and the poison chi landed on the path of Absolute Poison Taoist's face. It flowed into his body through his orifices and pores. No, this is impossible. How can there be such a poison chi? The path of Absolute Poison Taoist's expression changed drastically. He tried to suppress the poison chi that was rampaging within his body, but he realized that his poison techniques could not suppress it. Chu Kuangren's poison techniques were even more terrifying than his own. Not long after, the path of Absolute Poison Taoist's face turned green, his lips turned purple, and his aura became extremely weak. Run. Without any hesitation, the path of Absolute Poison Taoist fled into the distance. With his best technique being countered, he was no match for Chu Kuangren. However, there was no way he could escape from Chu Kuangren. A ball of phoenix fire burst out from his back. Not long after, his entire body was burned to ashes. The Heaven-Law Master had fallen. Li Xuan was dumbfounded. That was not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. That was the Heaven-Law Master. There were not many Heaven-Law Masters in the entire Sirius Star. No, even in the entire Purple Gold Galaxy, the Heaven-Law Masters were the pinnacle existences. Yet, Chu Kuangren had easily killed one of them. Was this the true strength of the Poetic Sword Sage? It was much more terrifying than the rumors made it out to be. What realm are you in now? Li Xuan stared straight into Chu Kuangren's eyes and asked, Tao Master. Chu Kuangren answered honestly. With a lift of his arm, he gathered his spiritual chi and easily killed a few golden-masked assassins who were trying to escape like him. Then how did you kill the Heaven-Law Master so easily? Are you talking about the path of absolute poison Taoist? He's just a third-rate cultivator. He's the weakest Heaven-Law Master I've ever seen. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. The path of absolute poison Taoist was an expert in using poison. Now that Chu Kuangren had countered the path of absolute poison Taoist poison technique, his combat strength was definitely the lowest among all the Heaven-Law Masters. Li Xuan's mouth twitched. Even if he's the weakest Heaven-Law Master, he's still a Heaven-Law Master. You're a great Tao Master, yet you killed him just like that. You're just ignoring the difference in realms. Li Xuan took a deep breath to calm herself down. When she recalled all the rumors about Chu Kuangren, she felt that she, the daughter of the Li family, was nothing compared to him. However, it was undeniable that the stronger Chu Kuangren was, the more at ease she felt. After all, he was now the Li family's biggest backer. Let's go. After Chu Kuangren had taken care of all the assassins, he took out a large amount of spiritual marrows from the path of absolute poison Taoists Yin and Yang Ring and gave them to the restaurant owner. This amount of spiritual marrows was enough for him to open 10 more restaurants like this one. After that, he asked Li Xuan to bring him to the Li family's residence. They were going to gather the scattered disciples of the Li family. On the way to the Li family's residence, Li Xuan also gave Chu Kuangren the Li family's immortal technique, the 4 demonic sun archery arrow, and the Li family's forbidden technique. Sirius Star Li family. The once glorious archery family, which was also the strongest cultivator family on the Sirius Star, had now been occupied by the Black Blood Gang's assassins and transformed into a branch of the Black Blood Gang. Today was the day. An arrow pierced through the air and landed on a Black Blood Gang assassin in front of the Li family's residence, killing him instantly. That arrow alerted all the assassins who occupied the Li family's residence. Who's that? This archery technique, it's someone from the Li family. Oomph. How dare they come here to die? Not far away from the Li family's residence, Chu Kuangren was slowly walking towards them. Behind him, Li Xuan was constantly drawing her bow. One after another, arrows flew out. The Black Blood Gang's assassins wanted to dodge, but they were suppressed by an invisible force. They could not move at all. That was Chu Kuangren's mind power. As the arrows flew past, the assassin's blood splattered all over the place. Soon, the Black Blood Gang's assassins who occupied the Li family's residence were all slaughtered. Li family, I'm back. Li Xuan looked at the residence in front of her and murmured. Then, she looked at the Black Blood Gang's plaque on the residence and smashed it down with her palm. Chapter 890. Chu Kuangren brought Li Xuan back to the Li family, and the disciples of the Li family who were scattered all over also heard the news. Many of them rushed over. Meanwhile, in the Li family, Chu Kuangren was currently refining a weapon with his phoenix fire. He was refining a bow. After obtaining the Li family's immortal technique, he handed it over to the human soul. The Earth soul went to study it and was almost done with it. Just from its name, one could tell that it was an immortal archery technique. In order to use this immortal technique, one would need a good bow. I've gotten some decent crafting materials from the Black Blood Gang's branch. Now I can use them. Besides, this immortal tendon is finally useful. Chu Kuangren chuckled. He held a white immortal tendon in his hand. He planned to use this immortal tendon as the bowstring of this bow. There was probably only one bow in the entire purple gold galaxy that used the immortal tendon as the bowstring. Coupled with Chu Kuangren's crafting skills, he might even be able to refine a longbow that was close to an immortal weapon. While Chu Kuangren was crafting, many disciples of the Leaf family who were scattered all over the Leaf family had arrived. These people gathered together and were talking about their recent experiences. D*M*. How D*M*. One of the former Sky Prides of the Leaf family said hatefully, "The Black Blood Gang is determined to kill us all. We can't stay on the Sirius Star anymore. But where can we go if we leave the Sirius Star? The purple gold galaxy may be huge, but the Black Blood Gang has eyes all over the place. Unless we hide our identities, it's hard not to be found." That's right. Besides, if we go to other places, other civilizations might not accept us. It's too difficult to rebuild in other civilizations, not to mention the threat of the Black Blood Gang. Everyone was talking at once. They were a little desperate. In particular, after these days of fleeing in a sorry state, they had worn down their morale. The Black Blood Tower was like a guillotine, hanging above their heads at all times, and could fall down at any time, causing them to be constantly on edge. I've gathered everyone here today because I have a way to turn the situation around," Li Xuyin said to everyone. She then proceeded to tell him about Chu Kuangren's story. Everyone looked at each other when they heard her. Poetic sword god Chu Kuangren? He actually came to Sirius. I've heard rumors before. I thought they were just rumors, but it turns out to be true. Where's the poetic sword saint now? A Li family elder asked. He is in seclusion, said Li Shuiying. You gave him the Li clan's immortal arts? Yes. Li Xuyin nodded. What a fool. The Li family elder could not help but shake his head. What if Chu Kuangren suddenly changes his mind? There's no doubt that Chu Kuangren's purpose in coming to the Sirius Star this time is to target the Black Blood Gang. He's the key to us turning the tables. I'll give him the immortal technique first to show our sincerity in our cooperation. If he goes back on his word, we'll die sooner or later. It doesn't matter whether we give him the immortal technique or not. Li Shuiying said faintly. Furthermore, if Chu Kuangren wanted the immortal technique, Chu Kuangren could just snatch it away by force. There was no way he could stop him, so he might as well take the initiative and hand it over. Poetic sword god, Chu Kuangren. This person's name has been resounding in the purple gold galaxy recently. But can he really deal with the Black Blood Gang? You should know that the Black Blood Hall Master is no ordinary Heaven Law Master. There were also some who did not think highly of Chu Kuangren. Although Chu Kuangren was very famous, they had never seen his true strength. However, the Black Blood Hall Master was different. He had killed the Li family head, and that strength was deeply engraved in their hearts. No matter what, this is our only hope, Li Shuyin said. There's no hope for all of you. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Following that, a few extremely powerful domineering auras instantly locked onto the entire Li family residence. Li Shuyin and the others' expressions changed slightly. In the sky above the Li family residence, 3 figures were floating. They were 2 men and 1 woman, and all of them were wearing purple masks. The purple-masked assassins of the Black Blood Gang. Besides these people, there were also many silver-masked and gold-masked assassins who had surrounded the entire Li family residence. Relentless Swordsman, the Pathmaster of Chaotic Minds, the Pathmaster of Black Fox, and the other 3 purple-masked assassins of the Black Blood Gang. They're all here. What a terrifying aura. Li Shuiying's expression was extremely solemn. Then, she took out a rune and cast it in midair. In an instant, a large number of Taoist patterns intertwined in the void and formed into a runic enchanted boundary that enveloped the entire Li family residence. Oh, it seems like you already knew that we would come. The purple-masked assassin, the Pathmaster of Black Fox, said coldly. Of course, this is a seal that Brother Chu set up. Even the Pathmaster of Sky would need some time to break it. Li Shuyin said calmly. Where's Chu Kuangren? Relentless Swordsman said coldly. He was the most powerful among the 3 purple-masked assassins. When he mentioned Chu Kuangren, A hint of battle intent flashed in his eyes. Let's talk after we break this enchanted boundary. Li Shuyin snorted. Then she took out her longbow and shot out a series of arrows. The arrows were like rain, exploding in the group of assassins. Some assassins could not dodge in time and were hit by the arrows. The other Li family disciples had also made their moves. After being hunted for so long, they channeled their emperor's chi to its limit and shot out a series of arrows to vent their anger. Boom, boom, boom. The void continued to explode. The three purple-masked assassins had also made their moves. The emotionless sword was unleashed, and its sword ray covered the sky. The sect master of the chaotic mind sect was a woman. She had a charming appearance and a sweet smile. She took out a pitch-black zither and plucked the strings with her 10 fingers. Strands of zither ripples swept out like raging waves, crashing against the barrier. The last one was the Black Fox Taoist master. He was a demonic beast from the Sirius star, and his surging demonic chi formed a giant black fox avatar behind him. It waved its claws and set off gusts of strong winds on the enchanted boundary. The three heavenly Taoists attacked together, and their terrifying energy caused the runic boundary to tremble. Even the entire Li family residence was on the verge of collapse. After a round of attacks from the heavenly Taoist master, the enchanted boundary dimmed significantly. Just a few more attacks, and we'll be able to break this enchanted boundary. When that time comes, not only the Li family, but even that poetic sword fairy Chu Quanren will also die here. I heard that he killed the young master in the branch division. Whoever kills him will not only receive the original bounty reward, but also a special reward from the Lord Leader. Not bad. The three heavenly Taoists seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes were filled with excitement. They could not help but increase the strength of their attacks. With a loud bang, the runic boundary was completely shattered. Li Shuyin looked into the distance with an anxious look in her eyes. The rest of the people felt their hearts skip a beat, feeling a little hopeless. Kill, the emotionless sword said coldly. However, at that moment, ripples appeared in the void, and a dazzling beam of light shot out from afar. Within that beam of light, countless Taoist patterns flowed. Vaguely, a purplish-red longbow appeared, emanating waves of powerful fluctuations. Is that a Taoist weapon? Such a powerful Taoist weapon fluctuation. It's a heavenly Taoist weapon. No, I'm afraid its aura far surpasses that of an ordinary heavenly Taoist weapon. I can't believe the Li family hid such a treasure. Chapter 891. The Li Family Mansion. The bow had appeared. A powerful Tao artifact, ripple spread like a tide. More than half of the Sirius Star's experts could feel this ripple. In an instant, streams of light swept toward the Li Family Mansion. Such a powerful Tao artifact ripple. It's definitely a top-notch heavenly Tao artifact. No, it might even be in existence close to an immortal artifact. We can't miss such a treasure. Even if we can't get it, it's good to take a look. Soon, many experts arrived outside the Li family mansion. They also saw the large number of Black Blood Tower assassins. Their hearts skipped a beat when they saw this group of assassins. They did not dare to get too close. The people from Black Blood Tower are here so quickly. No, there are also people from the Li family. If I'm not wrong, the assassins from Black Blood Tower are here to eliminate the remaining members of the Li family. Wait, that's a bow? And it's within the Li family's territory. Could this be the Li family's hidden treasure? No, the Li family's strongest Sirius bow has long been taken away by the Black Blood Tower master. If there was such a treasure, the Li family would have used it long ago. There's no need to wait until now to take it out. Then where did this bow come from? Wait, look at that string. Suddenly, a knowledgeable cultivator seemed to have discovered something. He looked at the string of the purple gold longbow and could not help but swallow his saliva. The string was crystal clear like jade and emitted rays of immortal radiance. This was an immortal tendon. Immortal tendon. Using immortal tendon as a string. What kind of weapon refiner is this? How could he have such a skill? This is ridiculous. A weapon refiner said in shock. In his opinion, the most powerful weapon refiner in the Purple Gold Galaxy should be the virtual Immortal Dust Sky. However, even the virtual Immortal Dust Sky had never heard of him using immortal materials to forge a Dao artifact. This was probably the first time in the Purple Gold Galaxy. This bow is mine, the Black Blood Tower. The Black Fox Dao Master chuckled. His figure flashed and flew toward the purple-red longbow. However, at this moment, a terrifying Imperial Chi whizzed out from under the longbow, forcing the Black Fox Dao Master to retreat hundreds of meters. Everyone couldn't help but be attracted to it. Who is it? There was a creak. The door opened. A figure walked out. It was a handsome young man dressed in a gorgeous robe with an ancient white jade sword hanging from his waist. His every movement was extraordinary and refined. Seeing this person, everyone's pupils shrank slightly. It really is him. Poetic Sword Fairy, Chu Kuangren. I've heard too many rumors about this person. This is the first time I've seen him in person. This aura is indeed extraordinary. Everyone discussed animatedly. The three purple-masked assassins looked at Chu Kuangren with a hint of seriousness in their eyes because they felt threatened by him. An unprecedented threat. Absolute Poison Sect Master was killed by this man. Du Ju deserved to die. Who asked him to be so greedy that he dared to hunt down Chu Kuangren all by himself? He should have looked at himself first. However, the three of us purple-masked assassins are here today. No matter how strong the Poetic Sword God is, he won't be a match for the three of us. According to our intelligence, he's just a late-stage Great Dao Lord. I still have to be careful. Chu Kuangren walked out of the room under the curious and serious gazes of the crowd. He slowly rose into the air and came before the longbow. I've finally succeeded, Chu Kuangren murmured. This longbow was the result of his closed-door meditation for the past few days. Not good. We can't let him get that longbow. The sect master of chaotic minds' gaze froze. Chu Kuangren's strength was already unfathomable. If he were to get his hands on a top-tier heavenly Dao weapon, who knew how much his strength would increase? Kill! The emotionless sword yelled. In an instant, the surrounding assassins gave up on Li Xuyin and the others and charged towards Chu Kuangren, unleashing all sorts of powerful killing techniques. Chu Kuangren remained calm in the face of these attacks. He reached out and grabbed the longbow. At that moment, the aura of the person and the heavenly Dao weapon resonated. Amidst the rumbling, a surge of powerful Emperor's Qi erupted from Chu Kuangren's body. Like a raging wave, it shattered all the incoming attacks. Today, I'll test the power of this longbow on all of you, Chu Kuangren said. He suddenly drew the longbow and aimed it at the sky. Seeing this, the crowd could not help but be shocked. Did the Poetic Sword God know archery? The intelligence did not mention it. Besides, what kind of posture was that to draw the longbow and aim it at the sky? Could it be? Li Xuyin was the only one who thought of something. Her pupils shrunk and her body trembled as if she had encountered something unbelievable. An arrow that was condensed from Emperor's Qi and Phoenix flames formed on the bowstring. A surge of mysterious and powerful immortal technique rippled. Everyone from the Li family widened their eyes. This is boom. The bowstring was released. The arrow pierced through the air and flew into the sky. Accompanied by a clear and loud whistling sound, the arrow turned into a gorgeous bird that was completely fiery red. It was one of the four symbols, the vermilion bird. This is bad. This is the four divine, sun-shooting arrows, the vermilion bird arrow. The Li family and the Black Blood Gang assassins could not help but be shocked. The vermilion bird soared into the sky and rotated its wings. Thousands of fiery feathers rained down in all directions like a storm, and each fiery feather was an arrow. Thousands of fiery feathers, thousands of arrows. Boom, boom, boom. The group of Black Blood Gang assassins bore the brunt of the attack. Under the rain of arrows, they were all burned into ashes. How can this be? How can he know the Leaf family's 4 divine sun-shooting arrows? Is he related to the Leaf family in some way? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was especially true for the Leaf family. The 4 divine sun-shooting arrows was their immortal technique. Even in the Leaf family, not many people knew it. However, Chu Kuangren had mastered it. Moreover, its power far surpassed theirs. Even if the Leaf family's head were come back to life, he would not be able to use it better. The most important thing was, I just gave him this immortal technique a few days ago, and he's already mastered it. How'd he do it? Li Xuyin said in disbelief. Even in the history of the Li clan, the fastest cultivator to master this immortal art had taken several decades. However, Chu Kuangren only took a few days. Rumor has it that this person can create his own immortal technique. Looks like it's true. Otherwise, how could he have mastered the 4 divine sun-shooting arrows so quickly? Li Xuan's voice was trembling. The poetic sword saint, what kind of person was he? You guys are up next. Chu Kuangren killed most of the assassins with a single arrow. Then, he looked at the 3 purple-masked assassins. All 3 of them were heavenly Dao masters. Strike first and gain the upper hand. We can't give him another chance to use his arrows. Relentless swordsman and the other 2 immediately attacked. Sword chi, Guqin music, and demonic chi erupted one after another. However, Chu Kuangren disappeared in the next instant and reappeared on a mountain peak thousands of kilometers away. It was the space conveyor skill. An archer's forte was naturally long-range attacks. Chu Kuangren had the space conveyor skill. He could determine the distance between him and his enemies. From this, one could say that he was a natural-born archer. 4 divine, sun-shooting arrow, azure dragon. Chu Kuangren pulled the bowstring, and the emperor's chi surged out, condensing into an arrow. It then shot out and turned into a ferocious azure dragon. The terrifying dragon's aura instantly locked onto relentless swordsman. 4 divine, sun-shooting arrow, white tiger. 4 divine, sun-shooting arrow, black tortoise. Chu Kuangren shot out 2 more arrows. The other 2 divine beasts also appeared in the void and attacked the other 2 purple-masked assassins. Chapter 892. The 4 demonic sun arrow was an archery technique that the ancestors of the Leaf family had obtained from an ancient ruin. This archery technique imitated the images of the 4 famous divine beasts of the universe and was known as the #1 offensive technique in the Sirius star. Chu Kuangren had unleashed its full potential at that moment. Not to mention, he had the support of the treasured bow in his hand. That bow was made of immortal tendons. The 3 divine beasts leaped into the air and charged at the 3 purple-masked assassins. The emotionless sword roared and swung the long sword in his hand. He channeled his Taoist emperor's chi to its limit and unleashed a sword ray that covered the sky. That sword attack was cold and merciless as it froze the void. On the other side, the Pathmaster of the Disordered Mind and the Black Fox Taoist sensed an unprecedented threat and activated their most powerful cultivation techniques. The Pathmaster of the Disordered Mind plucked the Guqin strings with all 10 fingers, causing sound waves to ripple out towards the black tortoise. Meanwhile, the Black Fox Taoist chi surged and turned into a giant black fox avatar. It waved its claws in gusts of demonic wind blue. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 purple-masked assassins faced off against the 3 arrows, causing 3 earth-shattering explosions. Violent Emperor's chi and Taoist patterns covered half the sky. When the dust settled, a tattered zither and the broken corpse of a black demon fox could be seen lying on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw that. The Guqin represented the Pathmaster of the Disordered Mind, and the Black Fox Demon was the Black Fox Taoist. Both of them were killed by a single arrow. Only the emotionless sword was left standing in the void. However, he was not in a good state either. He was severely injured by the Azure Dragon arrow, and half of his body was almost blown up. His aura was extremely weak. 3 arrows killed 2 Heavenly Down Masters and severely injured one. The Heavenly Down Masters who were attracted by the scene were in disbelief and could not help but stare at Chu Kuangren. The Leaf family was the same. The 4 demonic sun arrow is even more powerful than our masters. I can't believe the poetic sword sage's archery skills have reached such a level. By the heavens, only the sky prides of the Leaf family have the opportunity to learn the 4 demonic sun arrow, and each of them has to spend many years to master it. Not only did he master it in a few days, but he has also reached such a level. Is he even human? Monster on a distant mountain peak. Chu Kuangren looked at the relentless sword who had blocked his arrow and smirked. I'm really sorry. I've only just mastered this archery technique, so I'm not very familiar with it yet. That's why I couldn't kill you in one shot. Hearing this, Emotionless Sword's face turned green. However, he knew very well that he was no match for Chu Kuangren. Not daring to stay any longer, he turned around and fled into the distance. But then, he felt a chill coming from behind. Turning your back to an archer? How stupid. Chu Kuangren's indifferent voice rang out. Bang! It was the sound of the bowstring vibrating. A dragon roar resounded. The azure dragon arrow shot out again. The azure dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, soared into the sky and landed fiercely on Emotionless Sword's body from behind, blasting him into a bloody mist. Now, the 4 purple-masked assassins of the Black Blood Tower had fallen. Chu Kuangren looked at the bow in his hand and smiled in satisfaction. The 4 beasts shooting sun arrow is a good match for this longbow. This bow is made of immortal tendons and purple gold. Let's call it the purple immortal bow. In a flash, he returned to the Li residence. Everyone looked at him with respect in their eyes. Li Xuan, on the other hand, had an uncontrollable admiration in her eyes. Greetings, Brother Chu. An elder of the Li family stepped forward and said respectfully. He glanced at the purple immortal bow in Chu Kuangren's hand, and his eyes burned with passion. Just like a sword and a swordsman, a treasured bow would be a great help to a cultivator who practiced archery. However, although he desired it, he did not dare to have any evil thoughts. Chu Kuangren's strength was there for all to see. A single arrow was enough to kill 10 of him. How many experts are left in the Li family? Chu Kuangren nodded slightly and asked. The elder of the Li family sighed helplessly. There are less than 20 Dao Lords in the Li family that can still be mobilized. 20. That's enough. The elder of the Li family was stunned. 20 Dao Lords were enough to deal with the Black Blood Tower? That had to be a joke. I'm talking about the junior Dao Lords. There are only 2 or 3 great Dao Lords left. As for the Heavenly Dao Lord, only one of their forefathers is still in hibernation. The elder of the Leaf family added. Apart from the Heavenly Dao Lord, the rest of the Dao Lords combined were no match for the Black Blood Tower's master. Even if the hibernating Heavenly Dao Lord were to awaken, he would not be a match for the Black Blood Tower's master. That's enough, Chu Kuangren said. He did not plan to rely on the Li family's strength to deal with the Black Blood Tower. These Dao Lords were the Li family's trump card to ensure that they could continue to rule the Sirius Star after he eradicated the Black Blood Tower. As long as the Li family could rule the Sirius Star, he could continue to trade with the Li family. That way, it would be more convenient for him to establish relations with the Firmament Star in the future. Brother Chu, what should we do next? Li Xuan asked. However, at that moment, the elder of the Li family suddenly received a message, and his expression changed slightly. Elder, what's wrong? Li Xuan asked. It's a message from the lady of the Li family. She said that the Black Blood Tower has discovered the forefathers' hibernation. Now, the Black Blood Tower's master is heading there with assassins to kill the forefather. The elder of the Li family said coldly. When the others heard this, they all revealed looks of panic. What? How could this be? The forefather is the last pillar of our Li family. If he's killed, I'm afraid the Li family will not be able to turn the situation around. No, we can't let the Black Blood Tower have their way. But how are we a match for the Black Blood Tower's master? Everyone looked at Chu Kuangren. Only he could go against the Black Blood Tower's master. Is the Black Blood Tower's master on the move? That's great. It saves me the trouble of looking for him, Chu Kuangren said calmly. He decided to go to the Forefathers' hibernation. Once the Black Blood Tower's master was taken care of, the Black Blood Tower would no longer be a threat. Celestial Snow Mountain. This was the hibernation place of the Leaf family's forefather. This forefather was extremely powerful as he was a late-stage Sky Master. However, because he was severely injured in his early years, he could only use hibernation to slow down his injuries. That was why he had been lingering in this world. After witnessing the Black Blood Tower's master's strength, Li Xuyin and the others did not place their hopes on this forefather to defeat him. Their biggest hope was that the forefather would lead them to other civilizations to expand their territory and rebuild the Leaf family. As for revenge, that would be left to the future generations. However, as an assassin organization, the Black Blood Tower's creed was to kill everyone. How could they let this forefather go? Therefore, the Black Blood Tower's master sent people to follow the Leaf family's eldest daughter and find the hibernation place of the Leaf family's forefather. Then, he personally brought people to destroy the Leaf family's last pillar of support. Deep within the Sky's Snow Mountains mountain range, a giant runic enchanted boundary shrouded the area. On the outside, there were assassins continuously attacking the enchanted boundary. Inside the enchanted boundary, there was a beautiful lady with a longbow on her back. This lady was the Leaf family's eldest daughter, Li Xuefei. At this time, she was relying on the enchanted boundary of the Leaf family's forefathers' hibernation place to resist the Black Blood Tower's assassins. Behind her, there was an ice coffin. An old man laid in the ice coffin. It was the Leaf family's forefather. However, the enchanted boundary would not last long. When that happened, she and the Leaf family's forefather would most likely perish here. The heavens really want the Leaf family to die. Chapter 893. Sky Snow Mountain. Within the Leaf family ancestors' slumber, Li Xuefei was struggling to hold on. The longbow in her hand was constantly pulling the bowstring and shooting arrows, pulling the bowstring and shooting arrows. Like a machine, she killed the killers who were constantly approaching the barrier. However, this still couldn't stop the barrier from crumbling. And this was not the biggest threat. Not far from the boundary, on a mountain peak, stood a middle-aged man in a black robe, staring coldly at the boundary. This person was the master of the Black Blood Hall. Tower Master, why don't you just destroy this barrier? An assassin next to the Black Blood Tower Master asked. This killer did not wear any mask, but his aura was not much weaker than any purple mask killer. The Black Blood Hall Master said faintly, I just received news that the 3 purple-masked assassins who went to kill Chu Kuangren are all dead. Upon hearing that, the assassin's expression changed. Those are 3 heavenly down masters we're talking about. Is Chu Kuangren really that powerful? Yes, he's stronger than I thought. What does this have to do with the OP not taking action? This Li Xuefei and even the Li family's elder ancestor behind her are nothing to be afraid of, but they are bait. I can use them to lure the rest of the Li family's experts and even Chu Kuangren over. The Master of Black Blood, Hall, said lightly. Upon hearing that, the assassin finally understood. However, he could not help but say worriedly, if Chu Kuangren were to join forces with the Li family's elder ancestor, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them. The current me is invincible on Sirius. Chu Kuangren and the crippled Heavenly Dao Master are nothing to be afraid of. The Black Blood Tower Master's eyes revealed a hint of confidence. Faintly, his body revealed an indescribably terrifying pressure that caused the nearby assassins to be unable to help but tremble. It was as if he was facing the might of the heavens. Ever since the Tower Master came out of seclusion and killed the Leaf family's patriarch, you seem to have changed. Your aura is even more unfathomable. The group of assassins secretly exclaimed. Their eyes faintly revealed a wisp of reverence and adoration. That was the assassins longing for the king of assassins. Heavenly Snow Mountain within the boundary. More than half of the Emperor energy in Li Xuefei's body had been consumed. A pair of slender fingers had ruptured due to the repetitive pulling of the bow, causing blood to seep out. She did not know how many arrows she had shot. He only knew the repetitive action of drawing the bow and shooting the arrow mechanically. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud noise. The bowstring in Li Shuifei's hand suddenly broke, and the Emperor's chi dissipated from the bowstring, causing her to suffer a backlash. The string broke? Li Shuifei stared blankly at the bow in her hand. She remembered. When she was being chased, this bow had been slashed by the assassins several times and was already damaged. In addition, she had used it so many times just now. This great Taoist treasure Bao finally couldn't hold on any longer. Looks like this is the end. Li Shuifei sighed. An archer without a bow would lose at least half of his combat power. At this moment, a strange sound came from behind her. The old man in the ice coffin suddenly opened his eyes. With a bang, the ice coffin exploded. The old man sat up. He looked around and released his majestic Tharch consciousness. Soon, he understood what had happened on the Sirius star recently. I never thought that my Li family would actually fall to such a state. Li family elder sighed. Patriarch! Li Shuifei's face lit up when she saw him wake up. The Li clan elder nodded. Child, you've suffered. Leave the rest to me. He got up and walked out of the ice coffin. Then he slapped the ice coffin, shattering it. Among the ice crystal shards that filled the sky, a light blue longbow emitting cold air and Tao patterns appeared. Li Shuifei's eyes lit up. Ice divine bow. According to what she knew, this patriarch's bow was made from 1,000,000-year-old mystic ice. It was very powerful. In a Li family, it could be said to be a treasure bow that was on par with the Sirius bow. Traitor of my Li family, feel the power of the ice divine bow. Elderly said coldly. He grabbed the bowstring and pulled it. An ice crystal arrow emitting cold air condensed. With a swoosh, the arrow pierced through the sky. Everywhere it went, the assassins were frozen into ice sculptures by the cold air on the arrow. This arrow was like a hot knife through butter. It wrapped with cold air and shot toward the master of Black Blood Tower, who was on a mountain peak far away. Facing this arrow, the master of Black Blood Tower sneered. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm, easily shattering the ice crystal arrow into pieces. However, the shattered ice crystals still shot out in all directions. Some assassins couldn't dodge in time and were killed on the spot. Oh, as expected of the sleeping elderly family. You do have some strength. The master of Black Blood Tower said softly. Elderly looked at the master of Black Blood Tower indifferently. He pulled the ice divine bow in his hand again. Today, I will kill you here and avenge the countless disciples of my Li family. His emperor's chi surged. The cold air between heaven and earth madly gathered towards him and condensed into another ice crystal arrow. At the same time, a powerful wave of celestial technique spread out. 4 symbols shooting sun, white tiger. The ice arrow pierced through the sky. The majestic cold air transformed into a giant white tiger. With a soaring murderous aura, it shocked many assassins. However, the master of Black Blood Tower's expression was still extremely calm. He slowly raised his hand, and a dark red long saber appeared in his hand. With a slash of the saber, the dark and cold saber radiance wrapped with a murderous aura that was even more chilling than the cold. The giant white tiger was slashed into pieces by the saber radiance. The massacre Tao, no wonder he's the king of assassins. Elder Li's expression turned solemn. Every cultivator who cultivated the massacre Tao was the best at close combat. Their combat power was the best among those in the same realm. Elder Li, I heard that you're in deep sleep here due to serious injuries. I wonder how much of your injuries have healed and how many arrows can you shoot? The master of Black Blood Tower said indifferently. He waved the dark red long saber in his hand lightly. Another saber radiance that was tens of thousands of zhong long slashed out and shattered the barrier. Humph, let's try again. Elderly shielded Li Shuifei behind him. The ice frost divine bow in his hand shot out arrows one after another. Each arrow was the shadow of a divine beast. However, the master of Black Blood Tower was too powerful. He waved the long saber in his hand continuously. Without using any cultivation technique, the saber radiance shattered the arrows one by one. "Child, leave first. I'll hold him back," Elderly said to Li Shuefei. His eyes revealed a tinge of determination. The master of Black Blood Tower's strength was beyond his imagination. To defeat him, he could only use the Li clan's forbidden skill. However, his injuries had not fully recovered. Once the forbidden skill was used, he would definitely die. However, Li Shuefei had high potential. In the future, she would definitely be above him. To protect the future of the Li clan, Elderly could only fight with his life on the line. "Want to leave? Where can you go?" The master of Black Blood Tower snorted. Around them, assassins surrounded Li Shuefei and the Li family patriarch. There was no way out at all. Chapter 894, Celestial Snow Mountain. The awakened Li family patriarch and Li Shuefei were in a desperate situation as the killers surrounded them tightly. Four Sun Archers, Vermilion Bird. The Li family elder raised his arm and shot an arrow. The Vermilion Bird appeared. However, it was a fire-based technique, which was not compatible with the Frost Owl that he cultivated. Although he could forcefully cast it, its power was much weaker than his other arrow techniques. That being said, the power of this technique was more than enough to deal with some assassins. Thousands of fire feathers scattered in all directions. He wanted to open a path for Li Shuefei. The Black Blood Hall master knew what he was planning. He waved his long saber, and a saber ray was unleashed, setting off a violent saber wind that blocked the thousands of fire feathers arrows. Blood slash. The Black Blood Hall master attacked again. This was the first time he used a cultivation technique, which was an immortal technique that he cultivated. With a slash, a dark red saber ray poured out. The Li family elder's expression changed, and he pulled his bow again. Four Sun Archers, Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon shot out, and the arrow chi turned into an Azure Dragon that bared its fangs and claws. However, it was still no match for the horrifying saber ray that was filled with blood and killing chi. It was forcefully shattered. Not only that, but the saber ray landed on the Li family elder's body and sent him flying. Four Sun Archers, just so. The Black Blood Hall master sneered. "Oh, try me then." At that moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang across the sky. Following that, two arrows pierced through the sky. One of the arrows turned into a vermilion bird. The vermilion bird spread its wings and turned into thousands of fire feathers arrows that landed on the assassins, killing half of them. The other arrow turned into a white tiger. The white tiger roared, and its roar shook the heavens and earth. The Black Blood Hall master narrowed his eyes and slashed with his dark red long saber. Majestic Emperor's chi and Daoist patterns spread out like a tide and bombarded the white tiger. The collision of the two forces caused the entire celestial snow mountain to explode. The Black Blood Hall master retreated a few hundred meters and looked into the void. In the void, a white-robed figure appeared in the sky. His expression was calm, and his gaze was calm. He held a purple-red longbow in his hand, and his aura was extraordinary. It was Chu Kuangren. Behind him were the members of the Li clan. "Sister." When Li Xuyin saw Li Shuefei, she quickly rushed over. On the other hand, the Li family's elder looked at Chu Kuangren with a doubtful look in his eyes. Chu Kuangren had used the four demonic sun-striking arrow, but its power was much stronger than his own. Not to mention that his treasured bow was also extraordinary. It was even more outstanding than his frost bow. Wait a minute. Why was there a sword at his waist? Could it be that the other party also knew the way of the sword? Since when did the Li family have such an archer? Poetic sword god Chu Kuangren, you're finally here. The Black Blood Hall master stared at Chu Kuangren with a strange look in his eyes. Li family elder was even more confused when he heard this. Surnamed Chu? He wasn't from the Li family. Also, what arrogance, daring to use the name of an immortal. Chu Kuangren and the Black Blood Hall's master stared at each other. Two completely different and powerful auras collided in an instant. Looks like you were waiting for me. Yes, I'm waiting for you. The Black Blood Hall's master sneered. Just you wait to kill you. As soon as he said that, the aura on his body became even stronger. A cold, murderous intent mixed with the snowstorm, making the surroundings even colder. The members of the Leaf family could not help but shudder. They looked at the Black Blood Hall's master with fear in their eyes. Kill me? Heh, many people have said the same thing to me before. But now, they have all reunited in the underworld. Chu Kuangren chuckled with disdain in his eyes. At the same time, the spirit of omniscience, Shao AI, was activated. He had analyzed the Black Blood Hall's master thoroughly, but what surprised him was that the Black Blood Hall's master was actually a clone. Not only that, this clone actually had heavenly Tao energy within its body. The other party was a Star Master. Chu Kuangren was excited. A clone and heavenly Tao energy. Looks like you've given me quite a lot of surprises. Upon hearing that, the Black Blood Hall's master's eyes shrunk. How is this possible? How could you tell? One should know that this clone of his was extremely powerful. It could even be said to be the same as the original. He had spent countless materials and effort to refine it, so it could be said to be a second Black Blood Hall's master. No one had ever been able to see through his true self. However, Chu Kuangren had seen through it with just a glance. This made him even more wary of Chu Kuangren. The legendary poetic sword sage is extremely cunning and has an endless number of trump cards. It seems that you also have a powerful sensory technique. The Black Blood Hall's master calmed himself down and said, "There's still a lot more that you don't know." Chu Kuangren said. He raised the purple divine bow in his hand, pulled the bowstring, and formed an arrow. In one breath, he continuously performed the 4 sun-striking divine archery technique. 4 divine beast silhouettes appeared and charged towards the Black Blood Hall's master. An incredibly powerful force instantly shattered the void where the Black Blood Hall was, as well as the dozens of golden-masked assassins around him. That power made the Li family members, who were experts in archery, gulp. Even the Li family's elder ancestor was shocked. I can't believe my Li family's immortal technique could unleash such a powerful force on an outsider's phone. It's stronger than any of us. This is simply inconceivable. Amidst the exclamations, a blood-colored blade, ray, suddenly erupted. Blood slash. The Black Blood Hall's master unleashed a slash, and the mighty blade, ray, shattered the 4 divine beast silhouettes one by one. Then, his figure flashed. His speed was so fast that none of the cultivators present could catch a glimpse of him. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Chu Kuangren. Not good. The Li family's elder ancestor exclaimed. An archer that was in close range was extremely dangerous. Die. The Black Blood Hall's master suddenly unleashed a slash. However, at that moment, the descendant self-sword on Chu Kuangren's waist was unsheathed. A cold sword ray bloomed, and the honorable Emperor's sword arts fluctuations erupted. The sword and the saber collided with each other. The Black Blood Hall's master was blasted hundreds of meters away, crashing into the Sky Snow Mountain's mountain range. With a loud bang, the mountain range cracked, and a huge crater appeared. The Black Blood Hall's master half knelt in the middle of the crater, his gaze solemn. I say, are you mistaken? Other than the bow and arrow, I still have this descendant self-sword, Chu Kuangren said indifferently. An archer that did not know how to fight in close range was definitely not a good archer. Compared to the newly learned bow and arrow, Chu Kuangren's swordsmanship and close-range combat techniques were much more powerful. Poetic sword god Chu Kuangren, why don't I know about your sword? The Black Blood Hall's master sneered. Then, a suit of armor appeared on his body, and the Emperor's chi surged. Vaguely, countless ferocious spirits were howling around him. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings had turned into an Azura purgatory. A terrifying, murderous aura filled the entire area. Even the Li family's elder ancestor's gaze was extremely solemn. What a terrifying Tao of slaughter. The Black Blood Hall's master, the king of assassins, is indeed worthy of his reputation. Surrounded by ferocious spirits, the Black Blood Hall's master held the dark red longsword in his hand. He stared at Chu Kuangren and sneered. Chu Kuangren, I'll let you have a taste of the power of my immortal technique, the massacre scene. Chapter 895. What a rare scene of slaughter. Chu Kuangren looked at the scene of thousands of ghosts wailing before him with a calm expression. He put away the purple fairy bow and slowly descended with the descendant self sword in his hand. The moment he landed, the ghosts around him automatically dissipated. Although he was in the Azura hell, he was still as transcendent as ever. His gorgeous white robe was spotless as well. Kill! The Black Blood Hall master sneered and swung the long sword in his hand. One after another, ferocious ghosts charged towards Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren stood still in the face of this. He slowly opened his palm, and a golden-red fire lotus bloomed in the void. Boom! The fire lotus exploded, and a terrifying wave of fire swept out. The thousands of ghosts were instantly turned into ashes under the impact of the fire wave. Is this all a scene of slaughter can do? Chu Kuangren said calmly. You haven't experienced the true power of this scene of slaughter. The Black Blood Hall master sneered, and the ghosts that were burned into ashes by the fire wave reformed again. Oh, there's no end to them. As long as I'm not dead, these ferocious spirits that are formed from my Tao of killing will never cease. The Black Blood Hall master said. Then he gripped his dark red long sword and charged towards Chu Kuangren together with the ferocious spirits. The ghosts howled, tried to affect Chu Kuangren. The Black Blood Hall master waved his long sword, and rays of blood-colored sword rays intertwined, forming a dense killing net that completely enveloped Chu Kuangren. With a single thought, 10,000 rivers of frost and snow. Chu Kuangren's Emperor's essence and mind power were activated at the same time. The lunar immortal physique was also activated. A terrifying chill was unleashed, and countless ghosts were frozen. Even the sword ray that the Black Blood Hall master unleashed was frozen for a moment. That moment was enough for Chu Kuangren to find an opening. He took a step forward and thrust out the descendant self-sword. The sword ray flashed and pierced the black armor that the Black Blood Hall master was wearing. His physical strength and sword chi exploded at the same time. The attack sent the Black Blood Hall master flying. However, the armor was so tough that the sword could not completely break through it. Chu Kuangren activated his mind power. A gigantic, colorful rune was formed, and 9 colorful divine dragons soared into the sky before entering Chu Kuangren's body. It was the divine 9-dragon transformation talisman. Amidst the explosion, Chu Kuangren /S aura skyrocketed. It was almost at the threshold of the heavenly Tao Master Realm. However, his battle prowess was far greater than that of an ordinary lord of the Heaven Law. Honorable Emperor Sword Art. Chu Kuangren raised his hand and unleashed another slash. A huge Emperor Dharma form condensed, and sword chi circulated in the center of its palm, condensing into a huge sword shadow that fell toward the master of the Black Blood Hall. Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire scene of slaughter shook. Chu Kuangren suddenly let out a soft gasp. Under the golden sword shadow, a large dark red hand appeared on the Black Blood Hall's master's body and blocked the sword shadow. The scene of slaughter, the appearance of the Ghost King. The master of the Black Blood Hall shouted coldly. Countless malicious ghosts gathered towards him, and the dark red hand pressed down on the ground as if an extremely terrifying existence was crawling out from the ground. Very soon, the figure appeared. It was a ferocious-looking Dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms. Boundless murderous chi and resentment surged out from the Dharma form. Is this the true power of your immortal technique? Chu Kuangren said. Then, the Emperor /chi circulated behind him, and surges of different Taoist physique fluctuations spread out, forming a huge, colorful Dharma form. The 10,000 Dharma forms had condensed. Chu Kuangren had used a technique against a Dharma form. With his current cultivation level, he once again displayed the 10,000 Daos. The terrifying power was vast and mighty, crashing into the entire scene of slaughter. Amidst the explosion, the 10,000 Dharma forms and the Ghost King Dharma form collided, and a snowstorm on the entire sky, Snow Mountain instantly dissipated. Even the mountains within a radius of 10,000 kilometers were razed to the ground. The terrifying impact forced the remaining assassins and the people of the Li family to retreat dozens of kilometers away as they channeled their Emperor Qi to defend themselves. As the two great Dharma forms clashed, the shock waves that erupted swept across all directions like a natural disaster. Boom, boom, boom. The Dharma forms collided one after another, and for a while they were evenly matched. The Black Bloodhall /S master was a little shocked. I can /T believe this guy has such a technique up his sleeves. ISN / this Dharma form a little too strange? After fighting for a while, the Black Bloodhall /S master still could not suppress Chu Kuangren. On the contrary, Chu Kuangren seemed to be quite relaxed. He was calm and unpressured. Is this all the King of Assassins can do? Chu Kuangren activated the heavenly Tao energy within his body. Under the unification Taoist realm, the 10,000 Dharma forms /power increased again. Do you think you the only one who has the heavenly Tao energy? Heavenly Tao combine? Feeling the pressure, the Black Bloodhall / master let out a long roar as he felt a surge of energy imbue his body. That was the Sirius Star /S heavenly Tao energy. From afar, the Li family /S forefather /S expression changed. The heavenly Tao energy. The Black Bloodhall /S master has become the Sirius Star /S master. He took a deep breath as realization dawned on him. No wonder the Li family lost. The Black Bloodhall /S master was already a star master. On the Sirius Star, even the heavenly Tao was on his side. How could the Li family win? I been waiting for you to use this technique. Chu Kuangren /S eyes lit up when he saw that. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Black Bloodhall / master. Sanguine slash. The Black Bloodhall / master immediately swung his sword. A blood-colored sword ray appeared. Chu Kuangren did not dodge or evade the attack. Instead, he used the Descendant Self sword to negate most of the attack /his power before allowing the attack to land on his body. Even the remaining power was enough to kill the Heavenly Tao Master. However, that was nothing to Chu Kuangren /S Starlight Immortal Physique, not to mention that he also had a defensive Heavenly Tao weapon. That attack only caused his body to tremble slightly. Next, Chu Kuangren grabbed the Black Bloodhall / master / hand, and an incredibly mysterious fluctuation erupted from his body. That fluctuation caused the heavenly Tao energy within the Black Bloodhall / master to tremble for a moment before it poured out uncontrollably. What? The Black Bloodhall / master / s eyes trembled violently. He had never encountered something like this before. Just when the Black Bloodhall / s master / s heavenly Tao energy was being devoured, the entire Sirius Star / s heavenly Tao trembled. Countless cultivators sensed it and their expressions changed drastically. The heavenly Tao is reacting? What /s going on? Why am I suddenly feeling afraid? No, this ISN / my emotions. It /s the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was the order of a star /s operation. It was the combination of the star /s will and the will of all living beings. It rarely caused any major disturbances. Now, countless cultivators could sense that the heavenly Tao was trembling. Vaguely, they could feel a wave of panic. It was not because of their panic. It was the heavenly Tao /s panic. The heavenly Tao was afraid. All the cultivators could not help but look at the sky. At that moment, the sky had already changed drastically. Torrential rain poured down and lightning flashed continuously. An unprecedented change had enveloped the entire Sirius star. The weather is about to change. Some cultivators who were proficient in the Tao of divination looked in the direction of the Sky Snow Mountain and could not help but tremble. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.